time for another entertaining day of suffering with Daho. Oh boy, I love suffering. My favoriteest thing to do is to suffer.
I love to suffer, you love to suffer, we all love to suffer, folks. Very good, very cool. Very good, very cool.
Hi, you 235. Yeah, the Houthis is here. Oh no. Alright. Cool. Video game. Open. And time to finish up our dumbass power plant. Hopefully. Hopefully.
But you have to make a whole new level on top of the other one if you want to finish your power plant.
Yeah, well, you know what? Yeah, I gotta get started somewhere. I will also have to do some prep work eventually for tomorrow. 'Cause I'm getting picked up early. Well, not early. I'm getting picked up at noon by my dad. So, gotta do that. Deutsche Bahn? What the fuck are you talking about? Why are you bringing up the Deutsche Bahn? Alright, so we finished the initial part of the power plant. Look at that.
Look at our brilliant little facility here, folks.
The windows are not exactly aligned. Well, you can kind of peep to see the throughput numbers. Deutsche Bahn has some problems. Namely, their trains aren't punctual half the time. Wait, hold on. But I was told by the fascists and the Nazis that their whole thing is having the trains run on time. What's going on here? What the fuck? Are they lying to me? I thought the trains were supposed to be here on time. That's so fucked up. Damn. It's over. It's so over, dudes. I have heard the stories from Adam something about how terrible Hungarian rail is. Mostly because it's like a hodgepodge system that barely functions. Mostly because of the fact that Viktor Orban wants to privatize the train system and is essentially trying to phase out the public funding for transit. Because, you know, we're dealing with the exact same kind of freaks who just, well, hate public services and public good. Or the public good. Germany tomatoes instead of Orban. Yeah. I'm aware of the conservative dumbass that's currently running Germany. What you got? Like basically, the Germans are trying to remilitarize and rearm and shit like that. That's not weird at all. That's not Pepe inducing at all, Pepe. Okay, so one of the things we need to think about is this. We need to figure out the second level. Now, we're not going to bring water from the lake that we're currently extracting from. And the reason for that is because we don't have the pumps necessary to bring that shit up. Because we're going to build on top of the facility that we have. So, we're going to bring in the water from this lake instead. Because it's going to be more on the same level. Makes my life easier. That's very funny. That is the case. I think that's fucking hilarious. Let's get to work. Alright, this will be the logistics floor. This listed the do not enter our country if you don't show up on time. That's fucking hilarious. What's up, Big Jerry? What best explains why some new democracies survive long term while others revert to authoritarianism? It purely depends on the foundation of the democracy. A lot of new democracies are very often revert into authoritarianism. More often than not, and this is in recent history, of course, because of mostly outside meddling from bigger powers, mostly the US, but it used to be the Europeans. But also because they, shut up, Ford. But typically it'll be because of the fact that a lot of these countries just do not simply operate under the same liberal principles that is expected from a lot of these, the quote-unquote the liberal current international order that we find ourselves under. That's not necessarily their fault. They just simply have old customs and traditions that they have not been essentially, I don't want to say taught, but they've essentially not been really given any other choice or option. And very often, like, you need to have the people actually agree to want to be ruled democratically. It's kind of the point, right? That's how the Greek word for demos is for the people, right? or rather, like, voice the people. But whatever. But generally speaking, for a lot of these, like, poorer countries, like these third world countries, generally speaking, they don't really have the opportunity to be able to have the ability to have a civil rights movement or like a democratic movement spring up naturally within their countries, simply due to the fact that there have been powers constantly meddling in their affairs. If the meddling of their affairs were to stop, more likely there would be more democratic movements that spring up in a lot of these places, but
True, and
people keep fucking with them.
yeah, that's pretty true. That's true, and yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. That's pretty true.
So,
that's pretty true. I mean,
so like radical idea. I know this may be like, I don't know, crazy, but maybe, just maybe, if all these bigger imperial countries, Western countries, were to stop fucking with these middle countries or third world countries or what have you, then maybe a lot more democratic and civil rights movements would spring up naturally as a result. Or the basic idea of a rising tide raises all ships as well is something that also heavily applies here, for sure. Honestly, Ford, I just keep forgetting to add YouTube chat. I'm gonna be honest, I just keep forgetting to do it. Listen, I'm probably, my brain is just absolutely cooked. But I should add YouTube chat now to the on-screen chat, because now we don't have as many fucking dumbasses show up, generally speaking. I didn't do it before because we just had nothing but fucking idiots. Ford, I probably have ADHD, and it's probably bad. I'm gonna be honest here. My ADHD is probably real bad. I probably need to get medicated. Probably. So, you know. Cut a guy some fucking slack, you little shit. Little fucker. Yeah, El Fortus Nietus is too much of a pussy to come to Twitch chat. Pussy, pussy, doesn't want to come to Twitch because he's a little pussy, 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 pussy. Fortus Netus, why are you such a puss? Puss, 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 puss. What do you need? What you need is a kick in the ass. Now you sound like my parents. Boy Meets Mini also showed up in YouTube chat. Oh, now he's here. Cuz? Yeah, why? Why do I need a kick in the ass?
Well, we're fucked.
Is Mini Guy fault? True. But you're just saying that because you're racist, Ford. Alright, so the plan, Boy Meets Mini, is that we are definitely not using the water from this lake for the second level of this facility. We're using the water from over there. Why? Because we're not fucking raising up all that water with, like, multiple pumps and all that shit. Fuck that. Absolutely not. So we're gonna use the water from over there. Genius. Also, fuck you, El Fortus Netus Putis Mutis Futis. And then we'll have 10,000 megawatts. Well, about that. Available to us. I need more cables. I need more fucking shit, eh? By the way, you said you wanted combined chat. Sleepy Chat can do that. It's a free overlay that looks nice. Send me a link to that. Because the current thing I'm using is just, it just does not work. It combined the chats, but I can't fucking display it. Alright. We'll sign up and do all that shit eventually. Don't know if you can bring this into Stream Elements. I'll figure it out. We'll see. I mean, it's just import feature to browser. I used to use it and sometimes had to give it Twitch perms again. Oh, that's kind of annoying. I hate that shit, to be honest. That shit's very obnoxious.
Fuck all these lipstick YouTubers and chicken shit Redditors. Fuck this 24/7 internet spew of Discord and VTuber bullshit.
That's literally the Fortnite right now. Fuck you, Fortnite, bastard. You're a fucking putis. Oh no, it's a MILF. Not the MILF. Oh no. The fucking da-boo-boo spammer. Hey. Hi. Hello. We here in Daharumba Incorporated respect women. Sometimes. But if they don't da-boo-boo spam... Aren't Labubu's unpopular now? I have no fucking idea. 37? Jesus. Epic. I am still 30. And having the greatest time of my life. Ha ha ha. Y'all unks? Yeah, okay, you 235. Yeah, okay, Buster. Boy Meets Mini, you know what we have to do. It's time to be, it's time to bring out some Canadian racism. Not kicking Espers, that's for Alex. No, we need some Canadian racism. You have the pass to, I don't know,
why are you gay?
Be as American as possible. Who says I am gay? You are gay. Why are you gay? Where's that son of a bitch? I'll fucking Fortus fucking net. Tus. Where's that fucking Putingus?
Putis.
There. Shut the fuck up,
The
puta.
American people are tired of women.
Fuck you, Ford. I know you can hear me, bastard. I am in your walls, Ford. And there's nothing you can do about it, you little shit. Kills El Fortus Netos. Man, this facility, when it's done, is gonna be big. Yes, I can. Shut the fuck up. Don't care. Fuck you, Ford. Bitch. Costco has chicken strips? Jesus. Five chicken strips for $5, dude? That's pretty good. Or for $7, rather. That's pretty good. You get like a Popeyes. Oh, well, this isn't Canadian money. You get like a Popeyes meal, just like chicken tenders or whatever. It's just like $20. Well, I do know that literally the CEO of Costco said that, yeah, the hot dogs are never budging from $1.50 ever. The one time we don't have a fucking worthless piece of shit unk in a position of power. Yes. Oh, the model's broken. Uh-oh. Alright. Gotta fucking restart the fucking goddamn program. Assuming probably... fucking... Probably someone with the fucking program. Alright. I am Patrick Bateman. I am him. I am Patrick Bateman. Oh boy. Okay. We're back.
I was wrong about you, Senator. You're not cringe. You're just fucking racist.
This is true. And real. So true. So true, bestie. I am Patrick Bateman, and I am racist. Alright, we may have some problems, as in we may be out of modular frames, which might be a problem for our project, because, well, if I can get this row working, then I think it'll be time to try to put together the final pieces of the factory. God, this shit is so fucking finicky, bro. God damn it. Do. He looks like fucking shit in that photo, I'm not gonna lie. It looks terrible. Like, it's honestly, the problem with it is that he's just trying to come off like Hassan. That's because that's why he's doing it. He's trying to make it look like he's like Hassan. And it's just like, man, it gets to the point where it's just sad. Like, it's just pathetic. It's just like, bro. Goddamn, bro. Well, you have to get that shit tailored. If you're not, you're just a fucking LARPer. Like, if you don't get your shit fucking tailored, you're a LARPer. You're full of shit, dude. And Hassan is like, he's like a fashion dude. He knows how this stuff works. Destiny's doing it for superficial reasons. He doesn't actually care about the work that is necessary in order to make himself look good. He's a fucking gremlin. He's not actually interested in putting in that necessary effort.
But Daho, you also look like shit as well.
At least I'm at least self-aware about it. Destiny is not. Yeah, this is gonna have to be the final row before we fucking do the next row, because we need iron products because we're running out from our stockpile. The big ass stockpile we had is almost out. No, I could pull it off. I mean, I used to wear blazers and shit all the time during not university, during high school and whatnot. I like wearing a good blazer. Problem is, I just mostly like let myself go. That's my problem. Like, I've mostly just not given a fuck. Problem is, I don't like how suits are cut here. The ones in India have slightly longer coats. It's because it's all meant to be, like, form-fitting dog shit. That's why. Yes, yes, look at my lovely facility. It produces a lot of power. Look at its guts.
From Berserk, Daho?
No.
Oh, okay.
Fuck my life. Ooh, we are definitely about to run out of products. Not good. We're running out. This is not good, folks. We do not have enough reinforced iron plates or modular frames. It's not good. Because guess what we're missing? Screws. Yeah, we're not producing any screws at the moment. But Daho, you can make so many screws. Yeah, I know. Just have to get the steel there. Time to call the Chinese. Huh? The boy meets Minnie, you know what to do with you two at 35. Get him.
Well, you know what? They're gonna come back to me. Tim Apple and I, we're best friends, folks. You know? Tim Apple. I am a big fan of Tim Apple.
This whole area here has no connection to anything. That should probably be remedied.
Oh, it's because you removed all the power poles.
Fuck you.
No, Tim Apple is a plant of the CCP. He is. He's a plant.
Excuse me. Alright. There should be good. Should be. Well, you're a silicon fucking carbon battery. How about them apples, you fucking put? Fucking, I got them so good. God, I'm so funny. I'm the funniest man on the planet. God, I am hilarious.
The reason you're cringe is not because you ain't skilled, but because you ain't ballin' on that stank-ass Windows 95 computer.
Boy meets mini. Putis. Putis.
Listen, fuckhead. You have fucking crossed the line. Get that through your goddamn fucking head.
You think I'm cringe? Yeah, okay, buddy.
Put this.
You're just mad that you're putis.
That's a nice argument, Senator. Why don't you back it up with a source?
My source is that I made it the fuck up. Do I have a thing that's just filled with screws? No. Probably be where I make all the screws. Let me out. Whoa, why are you part of the CCP? What the fuck, man? It's fucked up. Top sheet, 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 top sheet. Top sheet, 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 top sheet. Imagine being a part of the CCP. Couldn't be me. I've not connected any of the screws to the anythings. That's kind of putis, like U235, who is very putingus. About as putis as it gets, you put. Putis. Nah, it's over for you. You're putis now. El Fordus Netus is definitely not here. People aren't buying OnePlus phones in the States. Because what pluses do they have? Ahaha. Shows myself out. Leaves. Ahaha. Krills myself. Ahaha. AI? What the? But we're on the left. We're supposed to inherently hate AI. Yeah. We're supposed to be incredibly one-dimensional characters. In an anime. Grr. Are we talking about HT? Or what phones are we talking about here exactly? I don't know what these OnePlus phones you dorks speak of are. I used to have an HT, and I really liked that phone. It was a great phone. And then it's just like, yeah, well, you're never getting that shit ever again. It's like, well, fuck my life. And then everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked. Asks question, gets no answer. Classic. Duck smoking GIF emojis. Okay, this is all absolutely fucking euchred. Oh, fuck my life. Daho, clips through the power pole. We'll get rid of the power pole eventually. Phones by the Chinese company OnePlus. Oh. Oh yeah? Well, 1 + 1 is 2. Minus 1, that's 1. Quick maths. Everyday men's in the block. Smoke trees. Listen, bro was, Men's Not Hot was spitting when he was writing that, okay? You guys have no idea. Men's not hot. Men's not hot. Men's not hot. Men's not hot. No, it's quick maths. Doesn't even know the fucking lyrics. Fake fan. Everyone point at U235. We got a fucking fake. We got a fake. We got a fake. He doesn't know the... He doesn't know. Doesn't know. Doesn't know. Doesn't know about the true wave. Minus 3. This quick maths. Everyday men's in the block. Smoke trees. What? Streamer University? Yeah. There's like a bunch of the people there getting like sexualized or something. Oh, they're bullying the fucking puzzle grandma? Why the fuck are they bullying her? She's like 10 times a better streamer than most of these like troglodyte zoomer morons. These like barely brain functioning children. She just wants to build her fucking goddamn puzzles, and here is like, I don't know, OnlyFans Jabroni 73 and random troglodyte that Kai Cenat knows. And now they're just trying to attack a fucking grandma who's just like, I like building puzzles. It's like, you know what? That's fucking awesome that you like building puzzles. And everyone is happy about the fact that you like building puzzles. It's unironically like the Fallout meme of everyone dislikes this. When it comes to all the Kai Cenat
all these lipstick YouTubers and
morons.
chicken shit redditors. Fuck this 24/7 internet spew of Discord and VTuber bullshit.
This is true. Thank you. Thank you, Senator. Everyone, we have good news. Light XD has arrived. Everyone, get your XDs out. Get your fucking XDXs out. XD. We need some XDs. X fucking D. Also, Boy Meets Mini, you know what? Another thing that also irritates me is how lazy some people are getting with the right-wing grift. God, it's getting lazy and boring. There's nothing I dislike more than fucking lazy-ass grifters. They are so fundamentally uninteresting.
$5 a month! I don't know, what are you doing with your life?
So true, Bad Bunny. Which reminds me, you too can also have great emotes and shitposts for emotes if you subscribe for $5 a month. Whether it be on YouTube or on Twitch. Well, okay, for YouTube it's $5 Canadian or some shit. Whatever the fuck I have it set on there. Haha! You too can have my dumbass fucking bullshit. It's $10 for me. The fuck? What kind of racism is this? And just like that, we now have some amount of reinforced we need a lot more reinforced plates than this, by the way. We need probably a couple thousand. Which means we need a couple, like, thousands of screws. Which I do have a lot of. I do have a lot of screws. But I don't think it's enough. But yeah, after I build this third row of power plants, we're going to have to make the screw factory, and we're going to have to fucking flick this thing on out of necessity, I think. We will have to flick this thing on out of necessity. Which means we're going to need the fuel depot. At least the temporary fuel depot until we actually start to make actual fuel. Which is going to be way more efficient. In comparison to just sticking in a bunch of coal. Which sucks, by the way. So what we're going to have to do in the meanwhile is we're going to have to do some more manual feeding of... it's steel beams, which makes these shitters. Yeah, that's what I thought. Twitch is price gouging me. Well, you know what? Will issue. It's like having a skill issue, but it's with your willpower. You need to basically bend Twitch to your will. Puto. But yeah, a quick blurb on that, like, streamer university shit. There's, like, fucking creeper-ass fucking cameramen trying to, like, sneak in panty shots of, like, big streamers who are acting as, like, professors and shit. It's just, like... Well, as expected from an event run by, like, Kaisenat, it's mostly like, oh, fucking annoying-ass, immature bullshit and whatnot. Almost as if that's the prime demographic that he appeals to. But whatever. Whatever. Also, it has the occasional weirdos in there. Just like, whatever. Because typically weirdos aren't harmful. It just depends on what they say. Well, Maya probably turned it down because she has probably more work handling a fucking animal sanctuary with a bunch of fucking, sick and neglected animals, that's a 24/7 fucking thing. She just makes content from it because why the fuck not? But in reality, she has, like, an actual job. She's got a job, a slur. So one of my favorite things on the planet, obviously. We love slurs. In the Daharumba Enterprises. Never forget that we love slurs. Alright, well, time for you idiots to be turned on. Okay, that should be enough. Alright, let's grab some steel fucking beams. Actually, I know where I can perfectly grab a bunch of extra steel beams that I have lying around. Ooh! Oh, hello. Oh, man. That's a bunch of extra fucking iron plates I need. Ugh! Inject those into my fucking veins, man. Come on, let's just get rid of this fucking thing. My stockpiles of resources are quickly dwindling away. Which, good, I guess? Good, I guess. Because that means I'm using them. Nyeh.
But your factory's still not producing anything. It's not been producing anything for a long time, and Ada hates you.
I don't care if Ada hates me. She's stupid and is trying to murder me with an alien. So as far as I'm concerned, call Ada nothing but a bunch of slurs. Boy Meets Mini, write down a note and to remind me to call Ada slurs. Because that dumbass robot's trying to kill me. What is this? Ah. Linus is, Yeah, I mean, it's just a tool. No, I mean, he's correct here. Yeah, this is a correct take. Yeah, we hate that guy. Why? He's white and not Swedish. But he's Canadian? Okay. 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 Me, out here with all of the new... Oh, Linus is Finnish. I can never tell with the fucking Nordics, okay? They're all the same to me. That's some fucking European racism right there. We're pulling out all... Everyone, are you taking notes? Is everyone taking notes to understand how to do proper, critical racist theory? Yeah, they're all fucking Dovahkiin and all this fucking bullshit. They all yell that Skyrim belongs to them and shit, and it's just like, shut the fuck up. You guys are stupid and LARPers, and I hate you. Alright, this will make quite a lot of screws. Make me screws.
Padaho. You're wasting your steel.
What the fuck else am I gonna do with it? Make more belts? What am I, a peasant? Full frame window. Full. We need to fix something up real quick. Boy Meets Spinny, are we being racist? Okay, good. Don't bother, I've already won. Bro, you're gonna have a bunch of baby-ass starters. I'm gonna kill all of them.
True, and... Yeah, that's pretty true. That's true, and... Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. That's pretty true. That's pretty true. I mean...
We're gonna say slurs on the internet. You fucking putingus. Man, my buddy talked to me about the changes they made to the PvP system in Go Battle League. And holy shit, it is bad. Missed inputs, there are drops for inputs all the fucking goddamn time. Like, it feels clunky and terrible. It's bad. It was a misinput. Hates bigots who makes anti-woke distros and packages. He's pro-trans as well. Clearly, he's not like... God, what's the name of the guy who made Temple OS? Or the name of the other guy. Here's the thing with that dude. That dude's like a fucking genius. Like, he's extremely fucking intelligent. He's just like... Yeah, Terry Davis. Terry Davis is like a piece of shit, but he's a fucking genius. Like, he's incredibly fucking smart. He's just like an asshole. Buddy of mine, differing server, has a lot of Terry Davis clips of him just like yapping. Because I mean, like, think about it. He unironically built an OS from the ground up. That's not easy, man. That's really difficult. Well, that sounds like something that you gotta set up now, Boy Meets Minnie, because you said that you'd do it. And clearly, you are a religious fanatic. So, now you have fucked up and you have to commit. We all know that Boy Meets Minnie... you don't serve the Omnisaya. Also, that's the same person, Boy Meets Minnie. SMH, SMH, SMH. Does he know about who the Omnisaya is? Does this fucking putis know? Sob. Saab's not a Canadian company. I'm pretty sure it's, not Swedish. I'm pretty sure Saab is Swedish. Yeah, I was about to say, Saab's Swedish. They're from Sweden. That's a fucking cloth, dude. It's my goat. Swedish. Yeah, Mark Carney, continue to literally cut and do more austerity fucking measures and buy a bunch of fucking military equipment that we are probably not going to use or need. It's so fucking dumb, dude. We're gonna cut all discretionary spending, but we're gonna buy a bunch of military equipment. It's like, wonderful. Sure, man. We are running low on modular frames. Those planes are meant to replace American F-35s. Cool. Yeah, he just bought a bunch of armored cars and shit from America, so, you know, cool, I guess. Man, so much for, I don't know, being America first, or not America first, Canada first, Carney, or whatever the fuck. Whatever. I mean, this... I mean, basically, Mark Carney is, Mark Carney is basically just Stephen Harper 2.0. That's all that he is. He's just Stephen Harper again. Very boring. Very stupid. Very cringe. Like Boy Meets Minnie, who is cringe. Don't forget. Never forget how cringe Boy Meets Minnie is. How much of a little putingus that guy is. Less cringe than Carney? Okay, I guess. Sure. But that is not a high bar. Okay, we have... I think we have just enough... no we don't. We do not have just enough. Reinforced iron plates or modular frames. We are completely out. But hey, we've eaten through our stockpiles of bullshit, so that's fine. I guess. You know what? Fuck you. Breaks my legs. Fuck you. Breaks my legs. We're also gonna need a bunch more of those shitters. Reinforced iron plates. God, another thing I'm also gonna have to fucking make are all the vehicle paths. Not making all the fucking vehicle paths. I'm going to shit my pants. In dread. Huh? The F-35 is an Xbox with wheels. That's quite a comparison. Oh, I saw a fuck ton of reinforced iron sheets. Lovely. Well, fucking put this bow. Give me these. Yeah, unfortunately, you 235, since you failed your racism test, I'm afraid you can't sit with us anymore. It's over for you. You're not racist enough. Sorry.
I was wrong about you, Senator. You're not cringe. You're just fucking racist!
I am many things. Yeah, that's all I got. I'm just many things. I was wrong about you, Senator. You're just fucking cringe. I wish I had a way to empty out these fucking things, man. But I don't. What the put this? Alright. I literally just said putis. Well, you know what? You're a cringe butthole head. How about them apples, huh? Have you ever considered that you're a perfectly timed putingus? How about them apples?
Fake news.
Yeah, okay, buddy. You huff that copium. Yeah, okay, you 335. Whatever gets you through the day. You are aware that's not meant to be a compliment, right? Does U235 know? Chat, do they know? They have no idea. It's over. It's so over. Oh, man. No, Daho, don't be sleepy. You're so sexy. Ah ha ha ha. Ah ha ha. Yay! Woo! We did it. There has to be someone keeping the putinguses in control, right? No. You don't have to do anything about El Fortus Netus because El Fortus Netus shoots himself in the foot all the time. So one does not necessitate to have to take action against El Fortus fucking Netus. Because he is on Team Papacia. He's already cooked. It's over for him. Nah, you don't want to be a putis. I don't know, you steal memes. What the? That's not even possible. Ugh. No, you just do that because you're putis. That's why you do it. You just know you're putis, and that's why you do it. Nope, you are not Fortus Netus. It's not how that works. No one ever wishes to be El Fortus Netus. Yeah, you don't want to LARP like El Fortus Netus. That's just, even El Fortus Netus would probably, kill you for that one. He'd be like, what the fuck? And then he'd murder you. In Minecraft. Metaphorically speaking. Of course. Yeah, but Fortus, that doesn't work. Imagine using the fucking transitive property here. Yeah, okay, dude. What are you, fucking a wannabe logic, bro? No one likes wannabe logic bros. Those guys are fucking cringe. Yes. Boy Meets Mini, we have a fucking code red. We have a wannabe logic bro. You know what we do about wannabe logic bros? Commence calling them really gay.
Pepe, why are you gay?
You are gay. Only you are gay. You are the only gay. You are gay. You are gay. Do you think that you can actively resist, you fucking putis spammer? You're a fucking putingus. You spam putis. You are beneath me. Imagine you think you can get away with your fucking putingus spam. And that you thought it would make you look good. No, it just makes you look cringe. Yeah, I may have to call a code red on you, U235. You're just posting cringe on the internet now. Yeah, you're just posting cringe on the internet. Yeah. Yeah, it's over for you, Buster. We're gonna have to call for Exterminatus. It is what it is. Some sacrifices I am just willing to make. For the greater good. For the greater good of everybody involved. It may be time for Exterminatus. Yeah, you're not Virgil. You're not Virgil, Texas, okay? Shut your goofy ass up, Pepe. Now that's a Pepe post right there. Time to channel my Canadian self and commit war crimes.
This, canning the drywall that, microwaving mice is wrong, they say.
You 235 out here still thinking he's him. Nah. Nah, G. It's not how that works. You're just cringe. Also, I think I might try to do, because we've been a bit stagnant at around 7:30. I think what I might try to do is do a lot more videos just shitting on people. You know what I mean? Maybe not as much like dry news segments, but I think it's just an environment where I just need to be more aggressive against detractors and like just really stupid content creators. Mostly the conservatives. What are people's thoughts on this? Is it time for more schizo posting? That is probably what I am the best at, is just my dunkery-doos. I think I might just do dunkery-doo content. I will more than likely keep dunking on more Pegasus. That will never stop, I think. The canings will continue until Hassan can have his profitable business ventures in Singapore. Pepe, 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 Pepe. Everyone, we need immediate fucking Pepes right now. I need some fucking goddamn Pepes. There we go. But listen, I too have a great business idea within Singapore. I would love to do some business in Singapore, but I'm afraid that we can't do that because of fucking Pegasus always posting defamatory statements about people that he doesn't like. And personally, I don't feel very comfortable in the fact that more Pegasus has all these defamatory fucking statements. Like, you know, I just think it might be kind of a bad thing, guys. Like, I'm like, you know, I just think it might be like not very conducive to being able to build healthy business relationships within Singapore. What's everyone's thoughts on this? Jesus. Whoa, 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 whoa. We don't need to be that explicit about it. You know, we just have to express our concerns, U235, about our ability to be able to conduct business within the lovely country of fucking Singapore. That's it. I'm just expressing concerns. I'm just asking some questions. That's all. Just a couple questions. Nothing too fucking serious, to be honest. We're gonna jack off a little bit. Okay, we're jacking off a little. You know, can we just jack off a little bit? Is that too much to ask for? You don't understand the acronym of jack off. Doesn't understand. Doesn't know the meme. We're just asking questions. We're jacking off. As in, we're just asking questions. That's what jacking off means. Oh no, I'm being clipped. Not the streamer being clipped. Fuck me, dude. It's so over. It's over. I'm being clipped, guys. I'm like imagining someone who's like, you know, like a LinkedIn professional, like talking about in like a business setting, like the action of getting clipped. Like, it would appear that I am being clipped, guys. Why are you clipping me talking about jacking off, you 235? That's a little weird, dude. I'm just trying to jack off, man. Come on. The fuck? Can't I jack off in peace, dude? A man can't even fucking jack off without it becoming clipped. That's fucked up, dude. Alright. Just like that, we now have... Might as well just turn on the coal. And that's the coal. Done. For that row. Of course, there's just the cooling and a bunch of other shit that needs to be taken care of. Ugh, I'm very sleepy. I did not get a lot of sleep. No, my problem is that I spent too much time fixing problems in the power grid after, and then all the time got consumed after stream yesterday, and I went to bed at a really terrible time. Yeah, I was a little awake a little too much. Slept like a baby. I always sleep like a baby. me, sleep is never an issue. Ever. Unless my body is saying, hey, asshole, you need to wake up because you have a really bad headache. Or because you have a, you're extremely thirsty. Or you really need to go to the bathroom. Those are the only times where my body will wake me up. It'll be like, hey, asshole, you got some shit you need to take care of. Okay. get the CO2 shit down. I can't see shit. It's dark. Ugh. I can't see shit in here, dude. Give some fucking goddamn light in here, dude. I lost my line. Well, there's the first done. Okay. Love building me infrastructure, man. Ay, 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 ay. Alright, that's another done. Wee. Oh, also, I don't know if you're here, Boy Meets Minnie. But something I've been seeing a lot more of is more, like, very pathetic incel pandering. Our favored boy, more Papegasus, has been employing that tactic a lot more, rhetorically speaking. And I find it to be particularly lazy. It's very boring. Like, aha, look at me, I found you while you were, I don't know, in a foxhole or something. It's like, okay. Very weird. And you know, how people, like, defended War Pegasus, for example, in his dumb fucking statements against denims. It's like, okay, bro. It's like, you think you're him, but you're not. You're just like a buffoon. Alright, after that, that should be the boilers done. Alright, that's the CEO2 should be all hooked up. Lovely. So that's the heaters done. Hooray for me. And finally, steam cooling towers. Out of iron rods, eh? That's fine. No biggie. It's time to probably do some fucking yapping, though. I've been working away like a little worker bee this whole time. Boom, boom, boom. Boop, boop. My brain is a little slow right now because I am fucking tired. Grab you, grab you, grab you. Hello, Remnant. Been a while since we've talked about you, big man. Alright. Let's get started with this, shall we? You just released this today. Okay, lovely. Alright, let's get started. Alright, I came across this video on my fucking feed. It just popped up in my fucking... Well, not my recommended, but it popped up on my YouTube homepage, and I was just like, I'm curious. For those who may not know, Remnant is a bit of a dumbass. Yeah, he's a bit of a dumbass. And his whole shtick is that he is just a right-winger who likes to attack the left for really idiotic fucking reasons, to be honest. He does not know what a grifter is. He doesn't understand how media interpretation basically works. Although, honestly, he was, like, right there in terms of, like, media interpretation, where he was talking about how the left only uses media for power, but in reality, it's the exact fucking opposite. It's just like, man, you're making the correct argument here. Wrong ideological fucking spectrum. Just because, you know, a bunch of lefties were doing something as, like, harmless as saying, like, man, I look at this character and I think that is a representation of trans rights or, like, whatever. Meanwhile, what the right specifically uses art for is essentially a projection of power, a confirmation of their belief that their political system is overall the correct one. And does not use artwork for what is really intended for, and that is inner reflection and sort of interpretation of what does this piece essentially say? What does a piece essentially mean with the intention of what the artist is doing here, or whatever, to make people just critically think, because right-wingers are, believe it or not very interested in critical fucking thought, because if they were interested in engaging in critical thought, they would no longer be right-wingers. Shocker, I know. And now, the most recent lurid take here from Remnant is saying, why are leftist video essays so pointlessly long? How about we flip the question on the conservatives? Have you ever seen what a conservative video essay looks like? Now, obviously conservatives do not very often write video essays because, for the most part, their content is extremely fucking lazy and poorly fucking thought out. Let's be honest here. And generally speaking, it's a repetition of the exact same talking points over and over and over again. But there are some right-wingers who make a bit longer form content. For example, I believe Ben Shapiro actually makes longer form, quote-unquote, video essayist sort of style of content. But Ben Shapiro mostly does that for algorithm purposes and retention. If it's something that the algorithm is sort of favoring, then Ben Shapiro is going to create content of that sort of, I was going to say like a medium. Yeah, like medium. Sure, we can go with that. He will basically replicate a particular form of medium if it is, well, relevant within the algorithm and whatnot. So he likes to, like, sprinkle in, like, video essayist style content that is like 40 to 50 minutes long or whatever, generally speaking, sometimes over an hour. But if we're talking about most leftists' video essays, are they like the 4-hour long ones, like say fucking ContraPoints or like a Sean or like an H-Bomber guy? Not really. Philosophy Tube makes video essayist content, and generally speaking, Abigail's video essays are probably around like I'd say like 40 minutes to like an hour. Alongside, say, like maybe like Crimes New Roman. Crimes New Roman's also about 40 minutes as well, generally speaking. Sometimes there's outliers. Outliers always happen, Remnant. I mean, we could take a look through your fucking content catalog. I have, without a shadow of a doubt, that you also do the exact same fucking thing. So, yeah. Oh, that's a great point. That yeah, Equiral. You're right on the money. I've completely forgot about Think Before You Sleep. Yeah, a lot of Think Before You Sleep's content is, generally speaking, can be 40 minutes to about an hour as well. Sometimes he's got shorter ones as well, but generally speaking, it's about 40 minutes to an hour. So, if we're talking about, like, most, like, maybe, like, progressive liberal types and whatnot, like, say, like, a Ben Jordan, or, like, a Financial Diet, or a bunch of other one of these, like, other, like, more progressive liberal, or even, like, socialist-esque video essayists, most of those video essays are about, I would say, like, 20 minutes to half an hour. I've watched a bunch of them on my channel. They're right around there as well. Like, it just depends on the subject matter of the video. It depends on the content, and it depends on the topics that you, generally speaking, want to broach or approach, or, you know, whatever. It is very sort of dependent on not only the style of the essay, but also the subject matter of it as well. It should really go without saying. So, to go ahead with this sort of blanket generalization of saying like, man, those lefty video essays, they all tend to be like 17 trillion hours long. I'm just gonna like look at you and think like, brother, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, what do you mean they're all like 17 hours long or whatever the fuck, or like 4 hours long? Not everyone is an H-Bomber guy. Not everyone is a ContraPoints. Even ContraPoints' most recent video essay was not like the longest thing ever, and she's mostly talking about movies. Or like, say, FD Signifier. Most of FD Signifier's videos are like 20 minutes to half an hour long. So I'm not very sure exactly what Remnant is getting at here. It's a little strange. It's a little fucking strange. Anywho, what does this fucking dumbass have to say?
Fellas, why is it that left-wing YouTube channels that make video essays are notorious for making them incredibly long and boring? These aren't live stream reactions, they aren't podcasts.
Wait, what about them is so boring? I mean, that could be your subjective opinion, but I mean, yeah, it turns out creating video essays about complex socioeconomic and historical sort of moments are probably going to be more dry and boring because you kind of have to do those topics justice. Which right-wingers are not interested in that because for them the slop is the point. Because for the conservative audience, it's about getting your fucking dog shit, your fucking absolute dreck and garbage out there as quickly as possible in order to, well, pick up the keys and start fucking jingling for your audience. Like, that's kind of the point of conservative content.
No, they are several hour-long video essays. I'm not going to name anybody here, but I'm sure there are always a couple of people that come to mind. There are several reasons why they're extremely long, and we will cover them in this video. But to understand the reasons, they're all built on one concept, that being clarity. Good communication hinges on our ability to be clear and concise with what we mean, which is not what any of these people are aiming for when they make these extremely long video essays. Most of their videos—
Wait, how do you know that's not the case? Wait, how do you know? I've just pointed out a bunch of channels that do the exact opposite of what you're saying here, Remnant. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Again, FD Signifier is a leftist video essayist content creator, and most of his videos do not really hit the 4-hour fucking mark. Like, really, the only ones he's specifically talking about here are H-Bomber Guy, and he doesn't really talk about leftist he mostly just, like, does media critique and stuff like that. He's just, like, a media kind of guy. So, not even, like, doing, like, leftist critique or whatever. I mean, he is on the left. H-Bomber Guy is a, you know, a lefty, you know, whatever flavor of socialist he is. Like, ultimately, doesn't really matter all that much. Remnant doesn't give a fuck about any of that shit. Like, to say that most leftist video essayists make, like, I don't know, like, 4-hour-long fucking movies, it's just, like, that's really, really silly. Yeah, More Perfect Union, for example, does investigative fucking journalism. For example. And, their stuff is, like, 20 minutes max. So, I don't understand what exactly is being said here by Remnant. It doesn't make any fucking sense to me. It's just not the fucking case. It just depends on the fucking goddamn content. Both sides have brain-dead content, too. Long, short, doesn't matter. Yeah, but the right is way more consistent in terms of their brain-dead fucking content. Like, that's just a fact. They have way more brain-dead slop in comparison to that of the left. In fact, I mean, their whole brand is brain-dead content because, again, it's right-wing shit. They are incapable of fucking critical thinking.
Videos to be summarized nice and neatly in about 10 minutes. So why don't they just do that? Well, there are a couple of downsides.
Well, I mean, it depends on the topic, of course. But, I mean, if we're doing, like, a historiography of, say, like, Israel-Palestine, that's going to not be... You can't summarize that in, like, 10 minutes. It's not how that works.
In short. That being, if you make an argument for something and it's clean and concise, it has to stand on its own merit. If it's short and clean, your poorly formed arguments will be exposed for what they are, making them much easier to dismantle. Whereas if the video is incredibly long, it becomes increasingly difficult to stay on track and to point out the flaws in the video, unless you make a conscious effort to do so. Look at the people who debate. Competence debaters on both sides.
Well, I mean, that really depends, right? Because most people, if they see, like, a 4-hour video and they're, like, a live streamer, they'll be like, I ain't watching all that. Like, let's be honest here. And that's just kind of a byproduct of the social media environment that we're in that mostly favors short-form content. Also, Andrew Wilson is a good debater. Okay, bro. Like, yeah, totally, dude.
will actively write down and take notes about what the other person is saying, especially when your opponent decides to go on a tangent that has nothing to do with what you're talking about. All of this begs the question, is this by design? Are these breadtubers intentionally trying to confuse you and to trip you up? I don't think so. There are plenty of reasonable explanations that do not require malicious intent. What is most likely happening is that these individuals are not very articulate, and they've not properly thought through what they are trying to say. Not to mention, when you're writing something, you have to...
I half agree with this point. In a live setting, yes, absolutely. Breadtubers are not going to be able to articulate their positions as well, because that's just not their shtick. A lot of them tend to be writers. A lot of them tend to be, like, you know, theater kids and whatnot. Not necessarily people who are as quick on their fucking feet. So I half agree with this point. But if we're talking about, like, debate bros, yeah, the whole shtick of being a debate bro is you need to fucking think on your feet. You gotta be snappy, quippy, quick with your sort of rebuttals and your fucking arguments, yada yada yada. But that's just like differing sort of forms of content. Like, you know, I do like live fucking commentary, I suppose, on my fucking channel. You know, I stream these all live. I don't really, well, I used to pre-watch a bunch of videos to gauge my interest into them before, and then I stopped doing that, mostly because I edit way too fucking much, but whatever, that's a differing sort of story. If we are essentially talking here about the differences of, like, styles of content, a video essayist will take months in order to create their very long video essay, you know, and that requires scripting, voiceover, sometimes even skits in order to get a point across, blah, 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 blah. The process tends to be rather involved, and there's a lot to the sort of necessary mechanisms in order to be able to explain these rather complex topics that are, generally speaking, sort of, well, talked about. And very often the reason why a lot of these video essays by a lot of these, like, quote-unquote breadtubers, and the breadtubers we're mostly talking about here, quote-unquote, are like a minority of a minority, but whatever. Generalizations from my conservative arenas, well, shocker, I know. Many such cases, of course. Here's the thing. These guys, generally speaking, they will read books. They will have citations to, like, specific books with, like, page numbers properly formatted and sort of, well, I was going to say, like, made, like, a proper bibliography for it, because most of these guys tend to be writers, like I mentioned before. Which is why, generally speaking, a lot of these, like, you know, the lefty video essays that have a lot of fucking information in them that are very dry, and it's very information dense. It's why they tend to be very long, and they tend to be projects that take a very, very long time in order to create. Like I said before, like Sean, old ContraPoints videos talking about, like, complex metaphysical topics, or like, say, H-Bomber Guy when he's not talking about the Roblox oof sound.
To read it back to yourself to proofread it. And while they're reading it back to themselves, they probably realize that their arguments are poorly made and extremely shallow. So in order to compensate for this inadequacy, they make the video longer, because to them, the longer...
That is a massive generalization here. How do you fucking know that? This would probably apply way more to fucking right-wingers. Like, this is definitely way, way more for fucking right. Like, how do you know it's not just because the sort of, like, resident or necessary material in order to be able to create the sort of property, or rather essay, it requires, like, a long amount of fucking research, multiple books to be read, and it's not just, like, something that can be summarized in, like, fucking 8 minutes. Like, it's not as simple as just, like, no, it's just because they're bad at arguing. It's like, well, that's extremely fucking reductive. Like, the fuck are you talking about here, bro? Like, you could have literally taken this in, like, any other direction, and you just come up with the most, like, idiotic, generalized bullshit on the planet.
The video is, the more insightful, the more deep, the more knowledgeable it is. To many individuals, this is much more convincing, because just like their audience, they both fall for the same trap. That being to conflate a video that is longer with one that is deep and has wisdom to it, even though they have nothing to do with each other at the end of the day. This is a character.
I mean, that might be the case for a bunch of people. I love how this fucking segment is called How Midwits Are Fooled by Pseudo-Intellectuals. Very, very funny that it's coming from this guy, who is a midwit, who has an audience of midwits, and is a pseudo-intellectual. But okay, bro. Like, nice meme.
I've seen among both midwits and pseudo-intellectuals. They are more commonly fooled by lengthy and confusing explanations. After all, if this supposed genius, this intellectual, is saying something that's confusing to me, what's more likely to be true? Is it that he's wrong, or is it the things that he's saying are so complex and deep that I just can't comprehend his wisdom? Oftentimes, it's more the former than it is the latter. Whereas
Okay, I'm going to use myself as a bit of an anecdote here. I tend to have a bit of long-winded, overly... Beer Bash with the raid of 3 people. What's up, Beer Bash? Johnson, how's it going, bud? Yes, the Beer Bash raids. How's it going? Yeah, shout out to Beer Bash playing Minecraft. Yeah, sub to the fucking YouTube, yada yada yada. What was I saying? Yes, shout out. What's up, Beer Bash? How's it going? What were you up to today, Raiders? At the moment, obviously I'm Daharum, but you know who I am. Yada yada yada. Should not really have to like explain that too much. But right now we are shitting on Remnant. Yeah, we're shitting on Remnant. Talking about why are leftist video essays so pointlessly long? And he's just, you know, projecting and being extremely, extremely reductive. As always. Very, very common point or common thing that Remnant likes to do. So, yeah. That's what we're doing right now. So, I tend to have a bit, like, long-winded and sort of, like, tangents and tirades, I guess for lack of a better term, when I'm talking about a particular topic, because I'll have, like, thoughts about it, and, you know, there'll be, like, a point that happens. Either I'll do, like, a dumbass little quip, or I'll have, like, something more, I guess, like, deep in terms of thoughts for a particular position. I'll just, like, sort of, like, outline it and say, like, here's what I think about this. This is my sort of position on this, blah, 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 and I'll sort of, like, outline it. More and more, I'm not doing that as much as often anymore because, honestly, like, a lot of this shit is just, like, constantly sort of repeating. Blah, 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 blah. It really depends on the sort of topic. Like, if I'm talking about, like, a historical sort of thing, obviously I'm going to talk about, like, here's what happened in history. Here's why it probably happened. Or why it happened. Blah, 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 blah. Depending on the fucking topic, you just have to spend a long time studying, preparing for it, and just, you know, as a byproduct of that, it's going to take a very, very long time to talk about it. Again, most of these, like, lefties who make these big-ass video essays that you're fucking complaining about, they're all like theater kids, or they've or are all a bunch of writers. Like, that's just kind of the thing. Is it, I don't know, is it their problem that, like, right-wingers don't do the same thing, where all they do is just hop on a camera, say their rehearsed fucking talking points that they say basically every other day into the fucking camera to jingle some fucking keys in front of their dumbass audiences? No, I mean, it's just different styles of content, and one requires way more fucking knowledge and way more preparation in comparison to the other one. It's pretty simple, to be honest.
People who are truly intelligent and wise, they can better discern if something they're listening to is actually lengthy and empty, or deep and meaningful. Midwits cannot do this. Not to mention, when you have a genuine interest in learning, and you want to understand something on a deeper level, you will naturally gravitate to longer explanations on a topic, because those are more likely to go into depth on what you're trying to learn. And the problem with these breadtuber video essays, many people who watch them will leave feeling satisfied because they spent 2 hours learning about a new subject. But the truth is, they will walk away with nothing of real value. That is how many midwits are being taken advantage of by pseudo-intellectuals. Many of these pseudo-intellectuals...
Couldn't you make the exact same argument of, like, Jordan Peterson? I'm curious if Remnant over here would be consistent in terms of this belief here that he's apparently espousing. Like, would he believe this of Jordan Peterson? Jordan Peterson very often had very long-witted tirades and just yaps about, like, the most random fucking bullshit on the planet. But no one really seemed to have a fucking problem with that, in particular with the right. So, like, is Remnant going to be consistent in this belief, right? Because this is something that also very often happens with, like, a lot of, like, university lecturers as well, whether they're left or on the right. Like, this is just a thing that's common with, like, researchers. They're not going to be as quick on their feet because they don't have to be as quick on their fucking feet. It's just unnecessary for them. And if they're talking about complex, very deep topics, guess what? Well, that just requires a lot more time and needs a lot more sort of like explanation for them. Like, it's just how it is, dude.
Tend to be midwits as well. That's why I didn't say earlier that they were intentionally making the videos longer in order to confuse people. Instead, I think that these
Didn't this guy do like multiple debates with like Alec Gunter and he made himself look like a complete fucking moron? Like, bro. Come on, man. Come on, bro. Like, seriously? Yes. He did do multiple debates with Alec Gunter, and I can only assume that Alec Gunter probably made this midwit look like the midwit that he is.
Are simply high in their own delusions. However, there is a caveat. They might be intentionally making these videos longer because it makes them more money. Because let me tell you, there's some serious money being made with these lengthy videos. Because the longer the video is, the more ads you can put in to make more money. Combine that with...
No. No. Wow, this is... Okay, okay, never mind. That's the most idiotic fucking talking point I have ever heard in my life. Do you know how the YouTube algorithm works, you fucking idiot? Like, the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, the greedy radical left. The YouTube algorithm, well, unless it's been sort of like molded, for example, for these like longer form sort of styles and content, the YouTube algorithm doesn't really generally sort of favor that. Like, what the fuck are you talking about here? This is nonsense. Most of the money that these the big bread tubers get are from their fucking Patreons or various sponsorships that they have with like Nebula and whatnot. Like, what the fuck are you talking about here? This is complete nonsense here. Like, bro literally has no idea what he's fucking talking about. But then again, you know, gotta make that conserva slop Drek.
With how poorly edited these videos are, how it takes no real time or effort to make them, you're making some real money on a weekly basis. It most certainly makes these videos longer, I will tell you that. They have no incentive whatsoever to speed things up, to get to the point. And friendly reminder, anybody who intentionally does this, they do not give
this is just the dumbest. I honestly think this is the stupidest fucking point I have ever heard in my fucking life. That's not the reason why they're long. It's because they're talking about really complex fucking topics. That's why.
About you or your time. And they would literally trade hours of your day, deliberately waste it, to consciously give themselves a few extra pennies. That is what it comes out to when you do the math here. If I were to get one viewer and waste 2 hours...
I can't believe that all these leftist video essays are making 4-hour-long movies because they're fucking looking to get to grift off of their audience. Yeah. Wait, okay, well, hold on. Wait. Revelation. What does this guy think of Quentin Reviews? Quentin Reviews is not a leftist. He's a video essayist. I don't think like Quentin Reviews is like a leftist, but bro has like 9-hour-long videos on his channel talking about, I think, like My Little Pony or some shit, where he does like media reviews or something. Or this is another channel that I don't remember the name of, but I've subscribed to this channel where the dude just does like deep dives into video game lore. And that dude's videos can average up to about like 6, maybe like 7 hours long, depending on the fucking video game. Or whatever, like, deep dive into like a universe that dude is fucking doing. And can be anywhere between the length of like 3 hours to 6. Like, okay, what about, is that dude just like a grifter or something who's trying to get like a bunch more YouTube revenue than Remnant in that particular case with your logic? I don't think that's necessarily the fucking case. No, I mean, it just depends on the fucking type of content that you make. Or here's a video essayist that I've been like listening to a lot recently. Their name is Fat Brett. Fat Brett does basically character deconstructions, mostly like of villains, but of like also other characters of a bunch of different video games, specifically focusing on God of War. And that dude's videos can range anywhere from like 20 minutes to the longest has been about 2 hours. And it just depends on, well, what's being covered. The dude does like multiple playthroughs of like the game itself, will read supplemental material as well, in order to be able to do like highly detailed, well thought out research character deconstruction videos. So it's just like, the problem is that it's not about like YouTube ad revenue for most of these guys. It just depends on the fucking subject matter, and sometimes the subject matter requires like a deeper, further deconstruction, because there's a lot of complex topics and sort of, well, ideas that need to be fucking talked about. Yeah, in order to find out who you should vote for in the election, first you need to know about the Civil War and the antebellum South that caused this. Yeah, exactly, Alex Roivas. Because like sometimes if we're talking about like complex topics and history, there's a bunch of other stuff that led up to the position that we're currently went through that needs to be sort of like talked about and fucking mentioned. So that's why it takes a long time to cover a lot of these topics, generally speaking, because, well, for these very complex, like, socioeconomic and historical fucking topics, there's a lot of prerequisite research and understanding of topics that you need to do in order to be able to properly convey the ideas or, like, the criticisms or positions that you're looking to convey with like topics like that. Yeah, slop. The differences between slop and education. Remnant makes slop videos, or well, mostly conservatives make mostly slop videos. I don't think like Remnant really makes like slop videos. I mean, they're kind of slop videos, but not really. But lefties are looking to try to educate people more often than not. Whereas the right don't care about education because they are actively against the concept of education.
Of his time watching one of my videos. I'd get at most 1 penny. 1 penny, assuming I jacked in a ton of ads. They make a conscious effort to steal hours out of your day for a single penny. They do not care about you. I think this sincere individual will make a video as long or as short as...
Again, like... Patreon, man. They make most of their money on fucking Patreon, not YouTube AdSense.
It needs to be. Nothing more, nothing less. And that is the end of this video.
Dog shit video from a dog shit, well, propagandist in Remnant who has no idea how the leftist video essay content, generally speaking, works, and for asking why they're so long. Again, like, literally look on, like, ContraPoints' fucking Patreon, or Abigail Thorne's, like, fuck Patreon, or, like, any one of these other, like, infamous, like, not infamous, but, like, famous YouTube video essayists' content. It's... most of the money comes from Patreon, not YouTube AdSense. I wouldn't be surprised if, like, most of these guys were actually demonetized or something, and they just didn't really care about, like, getting remonetization on there. They might not even be able to apply for remonetization anymore because of how infrequently they load, so... or infrequently they upload, rather. So, like, again, it's not about, like... it being long-winded to make a bunch of AdSense. Like, you just have no idea how that fucking works then. If that's your fucking main overall point. It's just they want to educate people on very complex topics that they care about and have studied and learned about, and are willing to do the due diligence and are doing the necessary justice for that topic, and as a result it takes a long time to research, read books, read source material in order to be able to prepare for such a video. That's, like, really all there is to it. Whereas the right, they don't give a fuck about any of that shit, and they just have the same prepared talking points for a particular topic du jour, and then just, like, regurgitate that consistently over and over and over again to their audience that just tunes in to just hear what they want to hear. They just want to have regurgitated slop to them. That's the point of the fucking right-winger. But yeah, don't think there's, like, really much else to say besides Remnant. You have no fucking idea how the construction of leftist video essayists work, and you just have to constantly project your, I don't know, like, idea of slop or whatever onto leftists for no other reason, because you just really have no other argument. Cool. Wow. I can see again. Oh my goodness. Do. Lovely. Okay, we're almost done with this bullshit. I have to do that because that's just how that fucking worked out. That's fine. Then there's just these two shitters, and then all I have to do is then hook up the water. But I need more copper sheets. Oh boy. That's not where the copper sheets are. They're over here. One thing that I am probably going to absolutely do eventually is label all of these appropriately. When I get around to it. With big old signs and shit. Amazing. Nope.
Don't want that.
But yeah, I was discussing this earlier, Alex, and I think the thing I'm probably going to be focusing on now, probably mostly, is just going to be dunks. Probably not going to do as many political segments. I'm just going to be doing the L Dunkery doos. Methinks. My calling to be an asshole on the internet. No more engaging in boring civil discourse. It's time to be a fucking asshole instead.
But being an asshole is just not very nice.
Yeah? Well, I ain't nice, bitch. You know what I do find funny though, Boy Meets Minnie? I mean, if Boy Meets Minnie is here. I love it when I get like YouTube comments saying like, oh, I bet X person paid you to say this stuff. I'm just like, no. Man, 30 views in order to get like, I think it was on the Miskiff video. Where someone just comments like, heh, I bet you got paid for this stuff. And it's like, nah, man. I don't get paid for shit. Can I pay you to allow my ads on here? You have ads? I think so? I was like, what the fuck do you advertise, Alex? What? Hello? But yeah, give me money. Fuck you, give me money. Automod doesn't let you. Oh, on Twitch? Oh, you fucking... Boy Meets Minnie? Boy Meets Minnie, start kicking. Kicks, I need kicks galore. Not talking about the name that Kick uses for their bits. They call them kicks. Which, I mean, I guess is somewhat clever, I guess. Whatever. I need some Esper kicks. Point proven? What do you mean point proven? Doesn't prove shit. Boy Meets Minnie kicked even more Espers. This guy's being a goofball. And not in a good way. He's just being a little fucking putis pow. We got a fucking putingus. We got a fucking putis spammer over here. Alex, putis! Yeah, being very fucking putis right now. You proved it wasn't true? You won't let me pay you, lol? That's not how that works. What are you talking about? Nah, Alex is just trolling right now. Alex is definitely fucking trolling right now. You said a YouTube comment said you were being paid. What, they're like, yeah, no, I'm not being paid. That's true. But listen, if I get like the Soros bucks, yeah, sure, fuck it, I'll take Soros bucks. Yeah, YOLO, swag 420.
True, and yeah, that's pretty true. That's true, and yeah, that's true. That's
sells
true.
out,
That's
sells,
true. That's pretty
sells
true.
out to
That's
George.
pretty true. I mean,
sells out to George Soros purely just for the meme. Not because I agree with much of anything that George Soros has to say or... Why am I lagging like shit right now? Hello? What is up with this fucking frame drop? Jesus Christ. Okay. Is Windows just freaking the fuck out right now? No, this is not Windows. This is the game. This is Windows. Windows is freaking the fuck out right now. Because for whatever reason, the fucking volume mixer thing is just like open. Like everything is stuttering for me at the moment. I have no idea what the fuck is going on right now. What? Nope. Task Manager is also not being very helpful right now. 84% memory being used, huh? And that's not changing at all? No? Okay. This is very weird. I'm going to try to restart the game. Because I wanted to finish up my shit. Oh, wait, I think we're good now? Nope, we're good now. I think Windows was just crashing out there. Well, now this fucking volume mixer thing. God, I don't know what the fuck the name is. You know the thing if you have like a headset on, Boy Meets Mini, and it'll say like whatever media you're playing, and it'll say the no, it's not voice meter. It's a Windows thing where they'll have like a little graphic pop up in the top left corner. And it'll say like this is the video that's like being played or whatever the fuck. And it'll say what volume your computer audio is currently at. It just randomly pops up. Yeah, with the pause play controls. Yeah, it's annoying. It popped up and it made Windows freak the fuck out. That's what made Windows start freaking out for me. And now it's just stuck there. I'm assuming because it crashed. More than likely because it crashed. Who the fuck is Satya? Who the fuck is that? You say that name as if it's supposed to mean something to me, but it means nothing to me. Wait, that's the fucking CEO of Microslop? What the fuck? Who the fuck is this jabroni? Like, I can only assume it's like some kind of fucking Houthis or something, right? Wait, hold on. Alright, on a scale of 1 to Houthis, how Houthis are we talking about here? Okay, so you're telling me that I should definitely call it Microslop then, okay. Houthis to the 10th power? So, okay, I'm going to be a little racist. Okay, we're doing a little bit of critical racist theory, okay? Satya, Indian. Definitely Brahmin. Am I correct? Telugu, yeah, okay. That too. Why am I so good at my fucking racism? Why am I so good at this? Boy Meets Mini, why am I so good at
I was wrong about
being
you,
racist
Senator.
with my
You're
critical
not
race
cringe.
theory?
You're just fucking racist.
This is true. Thank you, Raiden. I appreciate that, buddy. Yeah. Romanian fortune-telling powers. These are my Romanian, Romani powers. Or some shit. God, the shit's just now in the way. It's fucking stupid. Bro, get this fucking putingus out of here. The fucking putis pow is there, dude. Fucking literal fucking putis. Extremely fucking putis. Tries to look at my hard drive library. Fucking is blocked by this literal fucking putis. I don't think he's involved with Microslop anymore. I'm gonna be honest here. Especially considering what happened with him in the Epstein files. Yeah, I don't think he. I don't think Billy Boy has much say within Microslop at all anymore. I'm gonna be honest, Alex. Pretty sure he's wallahi fucking cooked. Not even on the board. Cooked. We need the cooked dog. Get your fucking cooked emojis out. Absolutely fucking cooked, bro. Yeah, I don't know, guys. Maybe, you know, hanging out with Epstein and shit. I don't know, like, probably raping. Probably. Allegedly, of course. Allegedly raping, you know, young girls. And, your wife divorcing you. Because I'm pretty sure, what... is it Melissa or Melinda? Pretty sure it's Melissa. I'm pretty sure Melissa, divorced, Bill over the Epstein files. Yeah, it is Melinda. Okay. That's what I thought. I'm pretty sure that's the main reason why they ended up divorcing, was because of the Epstein files. Yeah. Because of his association with Epstein. Let me double check. Fuck my life. I didn't want to close that. Why did Melinda Gates divorce Bill Gates? That's like the first thing that came out. Because of the accumulation of several factors, including his admitted infidelity, an unhealthy relationship dynamic, and his continued meetings with the convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah, it's because of fucking Epstein, dude. I was about to say, I'm pretty sure it was because of Epstein. I should ask my parents what they think of Bill Gates now, especially since he's in the Epstein files. Because, you know, every, every fucking boomer, for example, loves to, soy pog out for Bill Gates all the time, you know? Or they used to love to soy pog out for, you know, if they're not conservative. If they're conservative, it doesn't matter. They're just schizos. But, every, liberal, boomer, wine mom-esque, parent and shit like this, they love to, soy pog out for fucking Bill Gates all the time. Because it's Oh my god, he's like so nice and philanthropic and stuff, and it's just like, fucking like literally like eat my fucking balls. So he only does that for fucking tax breaks. He didn't give a fuck about the poor, but whatever, dude. I wonder what they think of Bill Gates now because of his association with Epstein. I should ask my mom what what she thinks rather, of Bill Gates. I have a feeling I already know the answer, and it's probably she's not going to be really knowledgeable at all in terms of the Epstein file stuff. I don't think she knows. That's what I want. That's my assumption. I think my mom just doesn't know. Yeah, you know, I'll get back on the results for that one if I don't forget. And if I get like pestered about it. I don't have enough concrete. Well, I did have enough concrete. Calculated. Although I need more concrete now. I do need some more concrete now. Need a bunch more concrete. I ran past the fucking concrete. Give me the concrete. I need the concrete. I need the concrete. Fucking hearing the rain sound effects hit the aluminum is or like the thin metal. That's something I was not expecting. Is there a fucking... Is there lightning in this game? What the fuck? I see like random fucking flashes. I'm like, what the fuck is that? I did a fuck up and I got rid of a bunch of my fucking explosives for no reason. Now I have no explosives. To get rid of that fucking foliage. I need to get rid of that foliage. Because I just need to get that row working with water. And we are then in business. To build the screws and then turn this thing on. Because we'll have enough power. We will finally be done. And mostly I need to get this thing operational so then I can, well, make the final row. Mostly because I'm out of iron products. It's the biggest reason why we're doing this. Then we can finally finish building the final bits that we need. We need to make stators. We need to make motors. We need to make a couple of other products as well, like AI limiters and whatnot. So let me see. What do we need to make? Get this stuff. I made it fuck off. No, I thought I made it fuck off. Whatever. Fuck you. Now I made it fuck off. Never mind, it keeps coming back. I'm getting fucking trolled right now. We need AI limiters. We need black powder. So what? AI limiters, black powder. We're eventually going to take care of the carbon dust and mesh and all this shit. Once we're done with the, or once we have like a fuel depot going. We can't make crystal oscillators right now. Industrial beams is good. High-speed connectors are for later. Quartz-based products can be made on site and then shipped in because that's better to do it that way. Oh wait, no, I have like 200 black powder available, and I just need pipes. I can just handcraft the nobelisks I need. Now let's go grab some pipes. Pure node. 2 pure nodes for fucking jars of dirt over here, eh? We will definitely be making use of this. But later. Not right now. I do plan on basically trying to make some kind of a biomass factory for our coal power plant over there, because we can replace the main burners that produce the heat and the energy with biomass heaters instead. Which are the same thing, but instead of taking coal, which is a precious node resource, it takes biomass, which is basically worthless. So it's perfect to burn for those heaters. I'll have to double check to see what their stats are. I'm curious, actually. What are their statistics? Uh, 45 per minute. So far, it looks to be the exact same. If it consumes 15 per minute, then this is definitely going to be very, very worthwhile. Pretty sure I can craft explosives by hand. Where's the equipment workshop that you want? Yes, it was the equipment workshop that you wanted. This will be quick. Finally, I've reacquired explosives. Now, why did I get rid of all of my explosives that I had stockpiled? Because I'm a fucking idiot, that's why. Because I'm stupid. Stupid. This is always a perfect use of explosives, to blow up foliage. Foliage? Foliage? I know I'm struggling with that word. Foliage. There you go. That's how you say that word. Bog earth. We'll need that later.
We're gonna be doing so much farming, folks. It's gonna be great. Let me tell you.
I just don't like the fact that the fucking dumbass escape pod's just right there. It's very annoying. Though we can just harvest it. Bye-bye. Won't be able to ever re-get your hard drive if I were ever to hypothetically refresh the map. Pepe, Pepe, Pepe. But that is a sacrifice I am willing to make. Daho, cheating. You wouldn't do that now, would you? Pepe. Get your fucking Pepe posts out, Boy Meets Mini. Big old Pepes. Alright, water extractors here are pretty much perfect. I don't have any of my power shards with me. We're going to have to go get those. But 4 of these bad boys, and that's that. Okay, lovely. Why are you clipping like this? The fuck is this? Very strange. What this is doing. These, the pipes here set to straight are doing that. Yeah. Fascinating. Normally they don't. Whatever. Okay, so now we need to bring all of this water to over there. Doing it at the ground level would have been way too much of a pain in the ass. We have to install pumps for our pumps for our pumps. It's just like, nah, fuck that. Just build it somewhere else, dumbass. It's dark. Can't see shit. I should probably stop faffing about and talk about the poop virus. Alright, it's poop virus time. And then a final fucking meme. Well, I have to prepare uploads for tomorrow as well. Yeah, the RFK poop virus. The shitsing virus. Alright, let's get her started. The Heralds of Pestilence, the Nurglite worshippers of RFK Jr. and his deregulatory practices are now starting to affect the United States of America in terms of its food supply. In the explosive shitting disease known as cyclospora, which has had a bunch of cases within the United States of America. Why? I can only assume it's because of poor food regulations. That's my assumption, of course. Is that the actual sort of case? Well, no, we're probably going to get to that. Why that's the reasoning, rather, for as to why there's been this outbreak of cyclospora within the U.S. And it's would you believe that it has something to do with Taco Bell? Yeah, it's got something to do with fucking Taco Bell. But here, cyclospora is a foodborne parasite that essentially induces, well, for lack of a better term, for the desire for you to want to shit. And it's based off of like the news reporting. It's if it's like on and off wet diarrhea. Yeah, it's a little graphic. We're gonna get into the graphicness of it. Yada yada yada. Who really cares? Fucking suck it up, Buttercup. It's we're talking about the fucking goddamn news. It's gritty. It's not witty, and it very often fucking sucks. But yeah, there's a list here, of course, probably provided by the CDC. Quick reminder, like the RFK-esque crank that's also going to be put in as director of CDC after RFK fucking fired the other guy is like a complete anti-vax fucking crank, and people wonder why food quality within the United States is going further and further down. Yeah, we can only assume. But specifically the foods that are mostly that the parasite itself is found. Parsley, cilantro, snow peas, melclin, whatever, lettuce, spinach, salad mixes, and berries. Mostly a bunch of, well, various fruits, and as well as mostly just green vegetables, it would seem. A lot of your standard greens for like uses within salads is simply the main sort of, well, I suppose, not victims, but heralds of the disease, carriers of this foodborne sort of parasite. But here, the parasite in of itself is in 30 plus states. Now, mostly I just wanted to like take a listen to this reporting here by CNN. We're just gonna like learn. We're just gonna get a vibe, see exactly what's going on. And from what I understand, I think it's Michigan and Ohio are the two places that are being hit the most currently. But CNN, what do you got for me, buddy?
Parasite that may be found in raw vegetables and fruit. There's a lot of uncertainty around that. That's why I say may. There are new numbers that have just been released, and they show that there are now more than 3,000 cases in Michigan and Ohio, which are the hardest hit states. Most of them in Michigan. We have CNN health reporter Jacqueline Howard joining us on this. Jacqueline, this
dude, where's the Satio Ohio boss guy? Like, clearly that guy can be able to do something. He can fight infectious diseases with his like fists or something, right? He can do that. I believe personally.
Story just really seems to balloon here. Tell us more about the people who have gotten sick and some of the uncertainty around all of this.
That's right, Brianna. We're seeing more and more cases emerge. And what we know about the people who've gotten sick, some of them have been hospitalized. When you look at Michigan alone, where there are now more than 2,600 cases that have been reported, 44 of them have been hospitalized. And when you look across the country, there have been dozens more hospitalizations as well. In total, Brianna, 31 states across the country have reported cases, but not all of those cases that we know so far are connected. These cases are still under investigation, and currently the...
Do we know if there have been any deaths from this currently? And also, it's in 30 plus fucking goddamn states. It's kind of crazy how fast this shit is basically spread. But something else that needs to have mention, of course, I think is important, is New World Screwworm, for example, also was something that was highly affecting the United States, of course, as well. Mostly hospitalizations. Well, that's good, I suppose. Well, not for the people getting hospitalized, because now they have medical debt on them, but that's a differing sort of problem with the United States of America. At the very least, there haven't been any deaths recorded from this, so I guess it's not a deadly parasite. So, take what you can get, relatively speaking. Take what you can get in terms of these terrible fucking times. But so far, it seems like, for the most part, with this disease here, it doesn't seem to be particularly deadly, and it's mostly just causing hospitalizations. Dehydrating, various sort of like fever-like sort of symptoms and whatnot. So at least it's not deadly, unless like secretly Cyclospora is like playing Plague Inc. and they're gonna turn on the total organ failure button and then start racking up the fucking kills or something. Memes aside, right. With like New World Screwworm and all of these like deregulatory sort of like pressures that have been generally in existence in the United States of America, should we really be surprised that, of course, there was going to be some form of like infectious disease coming out as a byproduct of all the Doge cuts, as well as all of the various cuts to health and human safety and services done by RFK Jr. and Elon Musk, because we're dealing with two like weird conspiratorial cranks who, broadly speaking, seemingly do not agree with the concept of public health. And I've talked about this concept before, but public health is something that has to be built upon trust. It is very important for people to have trust in their health officials if they want to be, safe from easily fucking preventable diseases. But given the very much so lack of education within the United States of America, of course, that on purpose, it's only exacerbated the situation. It's making everything worse. Guys, it's almost as if like doing a lot of deregulatory stuff and like corporate capture, not only within like media but also in medical institutions, tends not to be really that good of a thing. Just throwing that out there.
only a cluster of cases that has been described as an outbreak are those cases in Michigan as well as some in Ohio. And the reason why it's really difficult, Brianna, to pinpoint, okay, what's the original source?
So this was, I believe, some of the earliest reporting into this specifically. So I mean, there's that. It's obviously spread a lot more ever since, well, now. And there's a bunch of investigations going on of, like, I think it was a lettuce supplier that is believed to have started all of this. And the first initial cases, I believe, came out of a Taco Bell in San Diego. So Taco Bell is also getting investigated into this as well. And from what I understand, the most effective method of basically taking care of this is by running your greens and your vegetables in hot water, which will kill the bacteria and kill the parasite, right? Because parasites don't like hot water. Many such cases, but it's something that's probably not going to happen all that often, considering the fact that you don't really want to heat up your lettuce if you're going to eat a fucking salad, right? Like, that's just not a thing that most people do.
Of this outbreak or of these clusters is because once someone becomes infected, it can take anywhere from 2 days to 2 weeks for symptoms to emerge. So health officials, especially those in Michigan, are really scrambling to identify the source of these cases. And the symptoms that cyclospora infections, which is called cyclosporiasis, the symptoms of this illness include watery diarrhea. In some cases, it's described as explosive diarrhea, Brianna, as well as loss of appetite, cramping, bloating, nausea, fatigue. These symptoms can lead to dehydration. And for some patients, it's dehydration that has led to them being hospitalized. So it's really important, Brianna, to be mindful of how you can even become infected. A lot of infections sometimes are tied to contaminated fresh produce or contaminated water, like from water parks, or if you're eating fresh produce. So it's really important to wash your fruits and vegetables because this illness can be miserable. I'm telling you, Brianna, a lot of people want to avoid this altogether.
Okay, so talk to us about washing fruits and...
Okay, it's nothing too particularly crazy. I mean, pretty standard, normal stuff that... Wait, are there people out there who do not wash their fruits and vegetables? I want to know who those people are, because you people are fucking insane. Like, there could be, like, dirt and shit in there. Like, there could be, like, a whole manner of, like, pesticides and herbicides that still, like, have residual on your fucking fruits and Are there really people out there in America who never wash their fruits and vegetables? That's fucking insane to me, dude.
And vegetables, because the pictures that we're looking at here, I think, is how a lot of people do it. They run their fruit or vegetable underneath a stream of water. Maybe they're trying to make sure they clean the surface of it. I mean, is that enough? Is there a soak? Do they need to use some kind of additive in the water? What can we do?
Yeah, so water is better than nothing, but to really be more effective with cleaning your fruits and vegetables, you can add a little bit of vinegar to create a vinegar rinse. So what you want to do, mix 1 part vinegar with 3 parts...
Ooh, I've done that before. So for example, okay, listen. Tried and true method, because vinegar is acidic. It's very, very good at killing bacteria. If you have very smelly armpits, right? Your pits are real fucking smelly. It's mostly because of, like, dead skin cells and bacteria in there. You want to know an effective way of taking care of that smell, even though, like, you know, you're gonna smell like vinegar for like a little bit. You use vinegar. Vinegar is really, really good at killing bacteria.
Water in a large bowl, put your fruits or your vegetables in there, make sure they're covered with this vinegar rinse, and then physically stir your fruits and vegetables around in that water, and even, you know, scrub or rub those fruits and vegetables to really make sure you're, like, physically cleaning them off. And that can help really, really make washing your fruits and vegetables more effective with reducing your risk of getting sick in the first place. So try that out, and Brianna, that is more effective than just water alone.
Dr. Redfield, how serious is this illness, and what sort of food should we be avoiding right now?
Well, it can be quite serious, and then it can cause severe dehydration if it's not treated in terms of maintaining your hydration. Luckily, an antibiotic that we know as Bactrim or Septra does have some positive impact, so it is partially treatable. But it can be a quite uncomfortable gastrointestinal pathogen. It's a parasite. It can really last anywhere from 2 to say 2 days, 2 weeks, and even longer into even a month, with severe diarrhea, gastrointestinal disturbances. The foods that we associate it with largely are fresh vegetables and fresh fruits. We have had outbreaks in this country secondary to cilantro, to basil, to snow peas, to raspberries, to lettuce. The challenge we have is that there's no real reservoir for this. The reservoir for this pathogen is actually human feces. So it's a subject of human contamination in water and in the foods that we eat.
Okay, so it's from what I understand, and this, I think there's, like, New York Times reporting into this as well. Another sort of pathway of infection for this disease as well is through irrigation runoff from farmers, right? A lot of irrigation runoff can get all manners of fucking things in there, and very often will contaminate fucking water sources. This is a thing that's pretty fucking common and needs to be like watched out for consistently. Because you can get like all sorts of like manner of fucking parasites, all manner of fucking diseases from all of the irrigation runoff, which can like contain like herbicides, pesticides, cow shit, depending on the type of farm and whatnot. But I don't know, like I mostly try to come at this from the angle of like, oh, are we like, is this because of like a regulatory capture or something? I mean, it doesn't really seem to be the case right now. From what I understand, this appears to have just like come by as like a byproduct or a result of just irrigation runoff, which is something that's like pretty common, which can be sort of like more effectively fucking regulated. But I believe it's just like some lettuce producer, some lettuce supplier is what's being investigated right now by the DOJ or by the feds for probably not properly following regulations to ensure that their products are clean of various foodborne sort of diseases like cyclospora.
Does get killed by heating to 158 degrees. But
yes, exactly there, Alex. I mean, if that is the case, that the FDA would have already found the source if they weren't defunded. As of last I heard, there have been no recalls on anything. I don't think there's been any recalls on any. I have not heard of any recalls on any produce. It's so far just been like kind of like forehead avoid it, which is not exactly like the best way to take care of that. Of this, you should have recalls of produce, like that's what you should be specifically doing. But we all know like of how anemic the FDA is because of RFK Jr. So are we going to see the potential for a food recall to happen? Maybe it could still potentially go into effect, but highly doubtful because, again, we're talking about RFK Jr. over here. Maybe he would like to have, I don't know, like the super diarrhea shits from eating those vegetables or something. I have no idea. I mean, this guy still does like HGH and shit while, I don't know, like pushing into his fucking 60s and stuff. Like, we are talking about RFK Jr. here. He is a complete freak.
It is hard to, it's a sticky little parasite. And so when you wash your vegetables, it doesn't necessarily always wash off. So, obviously the safest thing is to eat cooked vegetables, cooked fruit. But it's quite a significant outbreak right now we have in the United States. It's in 31 states. We've had no deaths. We have had, 80 something 86 hospitalizations, I think the last I checked. But it can make you severe diuretic. It's a bigger problem for immunosuppressed patients with HIV infection. They can have bouts that will last longer, even months.
Mm. Wow. So what should you do then if you think you're sick with this parasite?
If you do think you have it, you developed diarrhea, abdominal bloating, abdominal discomfort. It's not a bad idea to see your physician because they can actually treat you with a drug called Bactrim Receptor if you're not allergic to sulfa, and that can alleviate your symptoms much quicker. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of good alternative bacteria. Some people have. There's one study that I think was done, only one study that suggested maybe ciprofloxacin was effective, but it really wasn't a very good study, and I don't think the data is very clear. So I really think the only antibiotic that I have any confidence that may have any benefit would be Bactrim Receptor.
Last year, Dr. Redfield, the CDC actually scaled back a decades-long federal-state partnership that monitors foodborne illnesses, including those caused by cyclospora. The move no longer requires authority.
Why am I not surprised? Why, thank you, Wolf Blitzer, for bringing that up specifically. But yes, Again, the main overall factor that we have to focus on this is obviously who is currently in a position of power right now, and that is RFK Jr. and, of course, the Trump administration. People who fundamentally do not believe in the concept of trust or in the concept of public health in the case of RFK Jr., right? So it should be extremely obvious that, of course, RFK Jr. with all of the cuts that he's been doing consistently to the CDC and also the FDA in terms of the regulatory bodies needed to ensure that food safety is maintained. It ended up having a fucking outbreak of some kind of foodborne illnesses within the United States of America. I, for one, am completely and utterly shocked. Oh my goodness. What a surprise. This obvious thing was obviously gonna fucking happen.
Authorities to report it and other pathogens to the Foodborne Diseases Active Surveillance Network known as FoodNet. How do those cuts to the agency impact the response to outbreaks like we're seeing right now?
Well, it's harder to identify them. I mean, the key to public health response is pathogen identification. When I was CDC director, I really thought we had a very good program that could really pick up foodborne pathogens pretty quickly in partnership with the FDA. So I don't think it's in our country's interest to cut these programs back. Surveillance is sort of the key to early identification. The problem with the cyclosporin outbreak is since it may take 2 to 14 days, even longer to a month, to get symptomatic, it's really hard to identify source. So right now, even though it's in 31 states, unlike most foodborne outbreaks, well, we don't know the source. We don't know if it's lettuce. We don't know if it's cilantro. We don't know if it's basil. We really don't know the source. And that makes it even more problematic to try to contain the outbreak.
Can we start with just what makes this different than...
Well, we now know that that's not the guy. We don't really have to listen to any of this anymore. We've pretty much gotten everything out of this. Yeah, well, we know what the source of it now is. It's the parasites being linked specifically to lettuce. So, we have another follow-up report here by NBC saying that, yes, it's been traced back, I believe, to a lettuce supplier, and it all ended up starting, I think, in a Taco Bell within San Diego, I think. I do think it's really funny considering that, it's Taco Bell that the main sort of I was gonna say vector for the disease, but I think it's very funny that it ended up starting in a fucking Taco Bell of all places. Yeah, because the Taco Bell shits, we all know the fucking meme. You eat some Taco Bell, you're probably gonna fucking shit your pants because of, just how, mostly because of how fucking low quality the food is, to be honest.
Tonight, 34 states grappling with cyclospora, the parasite that can be found on fresh produce, making Americans sick. Michigan zeroing in on lettuce. Its top doc says there is a clear preliminary signal pointing to the leafy green.
Why do you suspect lettuce?
We've interviewed about 1,000 out of the 3,000 cases we have so far. Lettuce seems to be an ongoing exposure for those who've been impacted.
Federal officials say Michigan is one of 4 Midwestern states where the cases could be linked. Taco Bell today confirming it removed limited ingredients at select restaurants while authorities continue their broader review, noting public health officials.
Are we really not going to do this for maybe produce aisles and shit like this? Because again, I'm assuming that Taco Bell probably gets this through a particular supplier, right? That's how, generally speaking, most of these places work. Are we not going to, specifically focus in on that, supplier? I hope that's the case, right? Again, you can never really know with a lot of these federal agencies that need to be able to do the investigations into all of this stuff, because, again, it's all, highly deregulated now for the express purpose of benefiting corporations or something. Taco Bell doesn't irrigate its own lettuce. Believe it or not, Alex, I don't think that they do. I don't think so.
Officials have not confirmed a link to Taco Bell. The Washington Post reports federal and state health officials are investigating the chain, citing 2 individuals familiar with the probe. CDC did not comment. Michigan's Dr. Bagdasarian.
So there was no location that came up in 100% of cases, but there certainly were restaurants and fast food chains that did come up.
Including Taco Bell?
I'm not going to comment on those specifics right now.
Nationwide, the CDC says it's confirmed 1,645 cases of cyclosporiasis and is aware of 5,100 more. Christina Serafino says she ate fresh fruits and vegetables hiking last month and got sick for weeks.
Just really strong gas and bloating pains. And on top of that, you're not eating, so you're hungry and you're having hunger pains also.
It sounds
That's
absolutely
fucking
miserable. Ann joins us now in studio. So, Ann, the big question tonight, what can you do to stay safe?
First thing, Tom, is to wash all your
Wash your
produce
fucking vegetables, bro. Yeah, like wash your vegetables. Make sure that you're running that shit under hot water. Okay, still, what I ultimately am fucking questioning here is, are there really people in America who don't wash their vegetables or fruits? Is that real? Like, I really want to be wrong about that, to be honest. Please tell me I'm fucking wrong about that, because if that's the case, it's fucking insane, man. Like, please wash your vegetables. Like, what are you fucking doing? Wouldn't surprise me. I would not be surprised by that either, Alex. Like, so guys, believe it or not, this maybe sounds kind of crazy and very radical, but you should wash your vegetables. Shocker, I know. It's kind of important to make sure that they're clean, so make sure there's no, like, dirt and whatnot within the, shall we say, I was going to say positions, but within the produce. That's what I was looking for.
Clean running water. Secondly, don't buy bagged lettuce, buy heads of lettuce, and then you want to take out the first couple of layers. But if you really want to make sure the parasite is dead, cook your produce to at least 158 degrees.
Okay, a lot of tips here, but we appreciate them, and we thank you for that. We thank you for watching, and remember, stay up.
Very epic and very cool. Because I believe there have been more and more updates into all of this, like, whole situation. I mean, it's been a couple days, obviously, so, like, oh man, it's a dynamic, you know, developing situation, blah, 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 blah. I should really go without saying. Yeah, I mean, so I believe that the CDC, they're doing, like, investigations of Taco Bell. People are familiar with the case. It seems like it's coming from lettuce specifically, because there was a big old list from what we looked at initially to sort of, you know, for, like, a potential... Is it correct to say suspects? Sure, we'll say suspects for as to which vegetables are causing the problems. It feels very weird saying this about fucking vegetables, because again, they're fucking vegetables. But I mean, I guess in this particular instance, it works out, for lack of a better term. Yeah, make sure you clean your goddamn vegetables. Let's clean your vegetables, heat that shit up. I guess you're gonna have a little bit of a warm salad. It is what it is, right? But here, we now confirmed that it is a iceberg lettuce supplier that's now being investigated by the FDA. Jesus. As a source of the cyclosporiasis outbreak. It's a particular supplier. I don't know if NBC, like, names the supplier in of itself. You might want to fucking avoid it. I know that Boy Meets Mini, you brought up Taylor Farms, which is the biggest sort of supplier of produce of produce within grocery stores in America. Now, the problem is, and we've talked about this before, but there's a lot of monopolization of produce, of food production within America. It's going to be kind of difficult for a lot of people to be able to avoid, like, say, particular farms, because of just how much there is a lot of monopolization of the food and the food supply within America, which... You know, it should really say something for us to why monopolization is, generally speaking, a bad thing. Which I will find it forever, because there was an instance of, like, Trump talking about with AI Teddy Roosevelt. And he was, like, soy pogging out, constantly saying, like, oh, yeah, dude, look at Teddy Roosevelt. He's totally agreeing with, like, literally everything I'm saying about the Panama Canal. Even though that was not the case whatsoever. And that was, like, the president just, you know, huffing that fucking copium. Yeah, it's the president huffing the copium because, I don't know, he wants, like, so desperately to have validation of his, like, idiotic fucking talking points. Because of the fact that he's not very bright. Yeah, mostly because of the fact that he's, like, not very bright. So, you know, he's like constantly coping and seething about the fact that, yeah, dude, in reality, he's having a bit of a tough time getting the validation that he's looking for a lot of his like shitty sort of policy prescriptions and whatnot. But here, maybe some additional details here about the iceberg lettuce supply that's currently being investigated. What do we got here?
Got some breaking news that we're starting with tonight, and just the last few minutes, sources telling us that officials are closing in on the possible source of that parasite outbreak that has spread in parts of the country. Sources tell NBC News this, that the FDA is investigating iceberg lettuce supplied to Taco Bell. Okay, so iceberg lettuce supplied to Taco Bell by the company Taylor Farms is the potential origin of this outbreak.
Boy meets Minnie. Boy meets Minnie. Boy meets Minnie. You made the call, bro. It was you. You made the call. It was Taylor fucking Farms, dude. I can't believe the Taylor Swift Farms would cause the fucking poop shit outbreak. The diarrhea poop shit outbreak in 30 plus states. Like, Jesus Christ. But we all know, like, listen, we can probably surmise the main root cause of all of this, right? A lot of these like farms are probably more deregulated because the FDA has been significantly defanged under RFK Jr. Why? Because he's like a weirdo health nut conspiracy theorist guy, right? Like, it's part of the reason why Trump even fucking picked him as Secretary of HHS in general, right? Because of the fact that he needed those conspiracy health nut weirdos in order to be able to, well, win the presidency. The funniest thing about that constituency, though, is that a lot of them are like leaving RFK Jr. and MAGA in a sort of like exodus of the party and of the Republicans, because of like RFK Jr. talking about how he now supports glyphosates for national security reasons, which honestly is just like very, very funny to me that RFK Jr. ended up backstabbing all of the like collection of weirdos that he basically I don't know, like grifted towards in order to be able to gain the prominence and the position that he has right now. I do find that to be particularly funny that a bunch of these guys are getting their fucking Fell for It Again awards. Yeah, they're getting their Fell for It Again awards because it's like, well, you guys are shocked Pikachu facing that you all ended up getting fucking betrayed. Like, of course you guys were going to get betrayed. Like, this happens all the time. This is a consistent pattern of behavior for Republicans in power. They don't actually care about their constituents. They hate their constituents. They will do anything possible in order to betray their constituents if they fucking could, right? Like, they don't give a fuck. Like, you guys are the dopes who decided to fall for this stuff in the beginning. But again, I mean, like, I've talked about it before. It's one of those situations where it's just like, well, Daho, you know, you shouldn't be such like a big like gloating asshole when it comes to like shit like this, because it turns out people are complicated and people will file for things because of lack of education and a lot of other complicated reasons. But you know what? God damn it. I sometimes like being a little fucking petty myself. All right. Because I do think that a lot of these people should have seen this obvious fucking thing coming, because the Trump administration has always made it extremely obvious what their positions are, and that is, we're going to make everything worse for you and you're going to like it. And then all these people ended up deciding, well, to like the fact that everything is getting worse for them. I don't know. Like, I always just find it very difficult to have a lot of sympathy for a lot of the Trump supporters who ended up fucking falling for, well, all this idiotic nonsense. I still don't get why why people even consume raw milk. You're supposed to boil it and separate the cream. Well, it's because it's like weird. It's just like weird, like health nut LARP shit, right? Boy meets Minnie. Like, they think because of the existence of like GMOs and like preservatives, and like preservatives are bad. I don't disagree with that, but they think with like the existence of like GMOs and shit like that, that means that the food is automatically contaminated and bad because it's like not natural. It's like, okay, like, I mean, we've done like the meme before of like what non-GMO foods look like, and they look like shit, dude, and they don't look edible. So GMOs, like, I don't have much of a problem with like GMOs and shit like that. It's like, is it fucking regulated and whatnot? Like, it's supposed to be fucking regulated. Like, it's stupid. Yeah, you know, pasteurization does make milk estrogen and extremely soy. That's true, Alex.
That's new. That's significant because up until this point, it's been like, okay, is it the berries? Is it the lettuce? We thought maybe it's the lettuce or salad greens or whatever. This is way more specific. We've been reporting on this. Look at all these states where there are cases. Some 7,000 of them in more than half the states across the country. Most of them are concentrated in Michigan. Okay, that state is seeing like 4,000 plus cases just by itself. Let me bring in Erica Edwards, who's following this for us. Working the phones, working your sources. So bring us up to speed. Iceberg lettuce, Taco Bell, Taylor Farms. Walk us through it.
That's right. As you said, Hallie, sources tell me that the FDA is indeed investigating shredded iceberg lettuce supplied by California-based Taylor Farms as a possible source in the escalating outbreak of cyclosporiasis in at least 4 Midwestern states. Of course, you mentioned Michigan, Ohio, Kentucky, and West Virginia. Now, that announcement from federal health officials is expected any minute now. Earlier today, Michigan, which, as you said, has accounted for the bulk of the cases, announced it had confirmed more than 4,300 infections, and we do expect that number to rise in the coming days. Remember, whatever's making people sick today was eaten a week or two ago based on the incubation period of this parasite, and it was Michigan that first flagged lettuce and salad greens as a potential source based on interviews with more than 1,000 people who've been infected. We did reach out, I should mention, to Taylor Farms and Yum Brands, the parent company of Taco Bell. They have not responded yet. Hallie.
Now, Taco Bell had previously said, Erica, and I don't have the language directly in front of me here, but they had previously said that they were pausing, I think, the sale of things with like lettuce or some other fresh produce in it precautionarily. This was, I think, yesterday or the day before.
That's right. You know, some pictures from Taco Bell locations in Michigan kind of went viral last week because they had posted signs on their drive-thru saying, you know, we are pulling some of these ingredients in an abundance of caution as this outbreak is continuing. Taco Bell finally got back to us this week saying, confirming that yes, they had proactively pulled some of these products as the investigation had continued.
I mean, well, you can't be really surprised. I mean, that's like really the only thing that they can do at this point because they don't know. Like, I'm assuming that Taco Bell probably is not going to wash all the because they have no idea how much is infected. Wait, couldn't they just like wash the lettuce and it's probably okay? Do they? Are they more concerned about losing profit over like, I don't know, hot water or some shit than to not wash their lettuce or something? I mean, I guess it's better to be safe rather than sorry, which I guess is also fucking reasonable. Yeah, I don't know.
And Taylor Farms, the name is familiar. They have been involved, I believe, in some various other things before, right?
Excellent memory, Hallie. This is not the first time Taylor Farms has been connected to a cyclosporiasis outbreak. In 2013, 631 people in 25 states were sickened by a salad mix linked to the company. Many of those people were sickened in Iowa and Nebraska.
Oh, well, would you look at fucking would you look at that? Very interesting. This is not Taylor Farms' first rodeo as well. Would you look at that? Yeah, should we really be surprised that, of course, the highly unregulated like super farm corporation had like outbreaks like this before? By the way, this is why I will consistently sort of say that it is not a good thing to have a lot of monopolizations of corporations, because you're gonna have like stuff like this become way more fucking common, because again, the point of like a lot of these companies is that they will do anything possible in order to cut corners, in order to make more fucking money. And that's the main sort of crux and the problem with like, you know, having like monopolies like this and whatnot. It makes it such that everyone is going to be less safe in terms of like their food consumption, simply due to the fact that, well, hey, we have no idea if like these corporations are going to be like the dudes who are going to follow the necessary regulations to keep everyone safe, because again, they're all about making money in the end, right? That's the point of all of this.
They'd eaten at an Olive Garden, a Red Lobster. The outbreak was eventually traced to that salad mix from a Taylor Farms processing plant in Mexico. In 2024, Taylor Farms was at the root of an E. coli outbreak linked to, remember this, slivered onions on McDonald's quarter pounder hamburgers. 104 people sickened in 14 states in that outbreak. Hallie?
Erica,
yeah, if I recall, the big E. coli outbreaks, that was happening right around 2008, I think, if I recall correctly, Boy Meets Mini, where there was like massive E. coli outbreaks happening all over the place, because of, well, I don't remember exactly why there was like E. coli outbreaks. It was a long time ago, almost 20 years ago at this point. But there was like big outbreaks of E. coli that was happening within the United States, where everyone was just like, you know, fear-mongering about it, for lack of a better term. Now, listen, if the U.S. can fucking fear-monger, oh, they will fucking fear-monger. They love their fear-mongering.
Edwards, boy, thank you for bringing us that breaking news. A big, significant hint, clue, piece of information. Appreciate it. Bring us any new reporting. I know you will as you get it.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC.
I guess, you know, final fucking update to all of this is, yes, Taco Bell is now officially being investigated as well for the cyclospora parasite outbreak. So, yeah. Shouldn't be really surprised by this, and they're probably going to sort of participate with the investigation if I were to take a bet. But yeah, I mean, like, what else is there to really say? I guess America's got the shits. I'm very funny and hilarious and original. Very, very cool. Yeah, America's obviously as a byproduct of the deregulated state that exists right now. More and more like disease outbreaks like this are going to become more fucking commonplace as a byproduct of deregulating all of this stuff. Guys, it turns out deregulation actually not very good and will only serve to do one thing and one thing only. Enrich a bunch of like rich fucking assholes at the top in order to make a bunch more money from the fact that they don't have to spend as much money to do the necessary testings to ensure that their products are safe, so they can sell their whatever product they're making, whatever widget that they're making, to have like effective regulations to make sure that the product is safe for consumption or use and whatnot. And this is a very, very common thing throughout history, and why regulations like this should fucking exist, broadly speaking. And again, given the fact that the watchdogs for a lot of this stuff is also, well, I guess for lack of a better term, may have been made like more ineffective because of who's currently running them in, RFK fucking Jr. I mean, it's just like it's essentially like a shitstorm, for lack of a better term, that's going to make everything worse for no reason because of one idiot in power who just has like these idiotic fucking conspiracy theories about like, we need to make sure that America stays healthy by, deregulating everything and allowing corporations to run roughshod on the American people so they can make 3 extra cents on every head of lettuce that they fucking sell. Like, I mean, it's just like, it's really difficult to have like, very, very poignant analysis into this situation, because it's like, mostly because I just want to see like, well, what's going on? What's up? And it's very, very obvious that, yeah, it's all because of like RFK Jr. not believing in science and not believing the concept of fucking public health. Like, it's extremely obvious, dude. Yeah, it's just it's one of those situations where it's just like, man, this thing could have been really easily preventable if we had proper funding of foodborne disease studies. But more than likely, that all probably got yeeted out by Doge when Elon Musk was in as the quote-unquote special advisor under the White House in order to, well, destroy the regulatory state, which has always been a stated goal of the Republican Party for the latter part of about, well, 80 fucking goddamn years, basically. But yeah, don't think there's like really much else to say besides it's time for America to deal with the shits. Okay, I am almost done. I just need to bring over this water. Those pipes over there. And the power plant will be over. We'll be done. Well, 3/4 done. But I'm not going to do the next quarter until we actually have the factory going. We'll finally be able to build this fucking thing. We'll have, if calculations are correct, about 7,200 megawatts available. Wow, that's a lot of energy. Yes, it is. But the thing that we're going to be running is big. God, piping is always so much fucking easier within Factorio, dude. We'll need to put in a pump soon, I think. It's so much better and easier on Factorio. No Man's Sky, more like No Guy Bye, am I right, fellas? Nyeh.
Oh, that's an old donkey joke. Shut the fuck up. No Man's Sky is a good game now.
Yeah, I know. I just think the joke's funny. I just think saying No Guy Bye is funny. It was good. It was a good bit by Donkey. It was a great bit. Fantastic bit. Highly recommended bit. The putis of a game is telling me to take a break. What the? More like all gas, no brakes. Although, funnily enough, I was thinking about looking at the lawsuit for that, but it's mostly like Andrew Callahan talking about like some random other bullshit. Apparently, he's gonna get back his no gas, all gas, no brakes name. So I guess that's kind of cool. Yeah, he got on with Fuentes and also Hunter Biden, I think. Like, no idea how the fuck he pulled that shit out. But sure, man, totally. Why? Content? I don't know. I don't think Andrew Callahan is like a fan of Nick Fuentes, but like, I mean, listen, if bro's gonna get like an interview opportunity to do like a particular interview, like it's like whatever, right? He's just gonna fucking talk. He's just gonna yap with people or whatever. I think that's like whatever. Like, who cares, right? That's like a don't shoot the messenger kind of situation, I think. Oh, but Daho, what about the fucking platforms? It's like, I mean, whatever. Yeah, I don't know if they, like, shot the shit or whatever. I don't think they did, but I have no idea. I mean, Andrew Callahan has never really been the most, like, adversarial sort of interviewer. I don't, like, not really. Ben Jordan went on Tucker Carlson's show? Really? We have seen some of his videos before. He's a pretty solid video essayist. But I mean, listen, I've said this before, but if you're gonna go on like these platforms of like far righters, you should definitely do it, right? If you're going on there with the express purpose of shitting on and bullying these fucking losers, it's like fine. Alright, that should be about 2 of them. Of course, this is all going downhill, so we don't need any help from pumps or anything. Gravity will do its thing. That should be 2 more rows coming up. The shit. These putinguses are not connected to the overall network. Oh, I know why. It's because of you. There we go. .6, 4.8. Okay, this should be that. I don't have these connected to the Alright. I was about to say, my power should be going up here. It is not, because these motherfuckers are not connected to the overall network. So we gotta do that now. God damn it. These things have a very thin hitbox. I don't like them. It is very, very dark in here. Jesus. I'm gonna get some fucking lights. Can't see shit in here. Oh, much better. My God, I can finally see. You know, and God did say, Boy Meets Mini, let there be light. He did say this, by the way. He did say that. That's real and true, Boy Meets Mini. Oh. Son of a bitch. I missed one turbine. Bleh. Bleh. 6K. Lovely. Then our next row is going to get us to about 7K. Wait, no, it should be higher than that. I hope I don't have to tear up all these fucking pipes because it'll be very annoying. Well, I'd have to do actually just some slight adjustments. It's probably not too bad. One. Okay. One, two, three, four. Perfect. Who says that you can't work in the dark? I say that's a bunch of hooey. All fixed. 6K. Easy clap. Then there's going to be one more row, and that will make another, should be 2,400. 16, 150 each. I wonder why only 6K is being produced. This should be about, what, 4,800. $32, 150 each, blah, 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 blah. Oh, okay. Part of it's not connected. There we go. I was about to say, this should be 7,200. Okay, there we go. Numbers make sense now. Jesus. I was about to say, what the fuck is going on here? It should be way more than this. Way more than 6K. Doesn't make any sense. We didn't connect the wire. There we go. Lovely. Six. Alright. This shouldn't take long. Duh, it's 4 in the morning. I'll sleep when I'm dead. Yeah. Why is my main window of... Thank you. Stupid dumbass shit. Fucking getting trolled by Windows, man. I hate getting trolled by Windows. Shit's so annoying. I hate Windows. You're a bastard, Windows. I hate you so much. Why are you the way that you are? Real? Yeah, it's real. Yeah, what he's saying is kind of real, guys. Yeah, it's kind of real. Anywho. Wait, China's making romantic chatbots completely illegal? Holy shit. Wait, they're based. Oh my god. Wait, hold on. Hold on. China actually cares about humanity. I'll say it. I'll say China actually cares about humanity, because I've said this before. I do think that these romantic AI chatbots, like, this is the death of humanity. Like, this is what leads to, like, the, you know, the dumbass, like, Futurama episode of everyone, like, wanting to fuck the robots, and then eventually just everyone dies. Can we get some we need some top sheets. Where's my top sheets? Top sheet. Dude, he just wins. Like, I don't, like, holy shit. They're just winning, bro. I mean, it's not like it's a ban of gooning or whatever. I think, like, a ban of gooning would be fucking stupid. Even though I don't think, like, porn addiction is a good thing. But I think if it got banned by the state, I think it would be a bad thing. But I do think that these AI chatbots should be fucking banned. Like, absolutely. I'm absolutely in agreement with banning these fucking romantic AI chatbots. I don't think you should have a romantic relationship with an AI chatbot. I don't think, you need to go out and be able to fucking socialize with people. Like, period, end of story. We're social creatures. This is a necessity. Like, you have to do it. Anyway. Wait, as president of the Fire Chiefs, I want to begin by acknowledging the land of the Anishinaabe and Algonquins. Canada is beyond parity. Wait, hold on. Does Jack Posobiec not understand that we have a lot of complex treaties with the indigenous peoples in fucking Canada that get constantly fucking violated by the federal government? Does Jack Posobiec not understand that? Okay, I'm saying that rhetorically. Of course he doesn't understand that, but because he wants to just, like, murder all of them. Because that's what Jack Posobiec basically wants. Jack Posobiec wants to pillage, rape, and murder. Many such cases. Anywho. Been faffing about for long enough. So as we all know, war in Iran is back on. Why? Because the president is a salty bitch. He's a salty bitch. He's not getting anything that he wants. Not even like, what, JCPOA to electric fucking boogaloo. Despite the fact that the oil companies have also been saying, like, yeah, can you stop the war? We're starting to lose money on all this bullshit. It turns out the memorandum of understanding got broken. None of the sides really trust each other at all because of, well, Trump's own fucking hubris, mostly. And also the fact that Jared Kushner has been relaying all of the information during the negotiations to the Israelis. So the Iranians obviously don't want to negotiate with Jared Kushner whatsoever. Should really go with that saying. Perfectly and utterly reasonable there by the Iranians in a, well, you know, geopolitical sort of sense. But as a byproduct of the war going back on, we are now seeing more missile and drone attacks on U.S. assets within the region. They are doing more and more attacks on, I believe now even like Saudi air bases that are controlled by the United States and other Saudi installations. Of course, they're still hitting Qatar, Kuwait, Bahrain, Oman, Jordan, Syria, a bunch of other Middle Eastern nations that have a bunch of U.S. installations on there to make it essentially that it is not a palatable or safe choice to have the U.S. in this region, right? To cause the destabilization of the relationships that the United States has with a lot of these Middle Eastern states, right? And this is a big escalation here as being indicated by Al Jazeera, essentially saying that, yeah, I believe there was also some mines in the Strait of Hormuz that hit some cargo ships. Don't know if they sunk or something, but they've definitely caused damage, obviously. Probably need to be recovered. We know that the Strait of Hormuz is closed again, and I think Donald Trump also himself recently announced that there was the blockade to the blockade going back up or some shit. Is it going to do anything? Probably fucking not. I mean, Iran has a pretty long coastline. But it doesn't mean that the president's not going to do whatever cockamamie shit that he's going to do. Many such cases, of course. Iran says these missiles and drones were launched at U.S. targets across the Gulf states, which is consistent with their strategy, of course. The biggest escalation between the two sides since the MOU was signed on June 17th, which got immediately broken by Israel, because Israel has constantly said that they, if there is any sort of ceasefire deal that quote-unquote is bad for Israel, whatever the fuck that means, they will do anything possible to sabotage it. IRGC claimed attacks on U.S. bases in Qatar, Kuwait, Oman, Bahrain, Jordan, and Syria. In retaliation for U.S. attacks on Iran that killed at least 8 people. So yeah, obviously because of the Memorandum of Understanding and Donald Trump being a salty bitch about it, that being violated by not only Israel, but also by the United States of America because of Donald Trump continuing to do his dumbass fucking threatening Truth Social posts. Like, unironically, there's going to be a forever war because of social media posts. I want that to sink in for a bunch of people. Should we really be surprised about the fact that the fighting is basically back on because Donald Trump has made it very clear that he's just simply put not interested with peace? Like, I mean, there's so many cases of him saying that, yeah, I'm bored of this. I don't care about this conflict anymore. I don't care. I just want to move on with my life. And it's just like, that's not how that works, man. Like, be bored with it after you get the settled negotiation that you guys have agreed to, saying that you've lost to Iran. It's like, it just... If anyone else is like fucking frustrated about this, I think it's like very good to be frustrated about all this, because it's just, this is an incredibly frustrating situation, because it's just like, it's just really stupid that we just find ourselves in this fucking position. But, you know, whatever. Trump doesn't give a fuck about any of this stuff because, again, he's just a buffoon that's in power right now. Okay, that's the end of the reporting there from Al Jazeera. But yeah, in terms of the escalation, in terms of what the U.S. is doing, the U.S. is continuing with the terrorism war crimes. The U.S. struck another bridge, possibly multiple bridges, on the highway leading Kerman and Hormozgan? Hormozgan, sure. And the U.S. Navy has murdered, I believe it was 8 Iranian civilians when they were on the Rudan Bridge in southern Iran tonight. I assume they're hitting a bunch of bridges and civilian infrastructure. For what exactly? Oh, because they're looking to cut off supplies to the southern parts of Iran. I don't know why they're doing this. I can only assume that they're doing this because maybe they're planning to do an invasion of the south. I have no fucking idea, but whatever. It's psychotic fucking behavior from the U.S., of course. And, of course, the Iran, for the first time in 4 months, struck a U.S. Base, the PSAB, in Saudi Arabia. Iran is also heavily bombing U.S. bases in Jordan with Iranian missiles, evading Patriot Pact 3 anti-AD systems with ease. Why? Because, again, the U.S. does not know how to effectively fight all the suicide drones as well as the cruise missiles, which is why a lot of these Gulf states have started to turn to the Ukrainians for their expertise, because they've been dealing with them for the latter part of about 4 years at this point with the Russians. So I don't know. For all the constant talks about how Ukraine has like none of the cards in the conflict against the Russians, it turns out they actually have a lot of cards, but Trump is too stupid to understand that. And I believe that's the flag of Bahrain. What's this flag? Twitter isn't telling me. Fuck you, Twitter. Bahrain, I probably think that's like the UAE, I think, is also facing more and more. Oh, it's Bahrain. Not the UAE. Okay. Bahrain and Kuwait is also facing more and more heavy missile attacks because of the U.S. bases that are currently stationed there. I mean, the Iranians are continuing with their strategy of making it as unpalatable as possible for a lot of these Gulf states to host U.S. military bases, because it's just like, well, they could just bomb the fuck out of them whenever and not provide adequate protection to these Gulf states, making them have to question, like, what's the justification of maintaining these U.S. bases here when we're just going to get bombed anyways for it? Like, what the fuck is the point of this? But here we got Pete Hegseth gloating about the destruction of a fucking building. Very, very cool. We love the fact that I think this is a port control tower in the southern parts of Iran, where, this dumbass is saying that Iran does not control the Strait of Hormuz, when that's obviously not the case. They've closed the strait for months on end at this point in time with the mining that they've done of the strait and the attacks of civilian ships that try to make runs without the Strait of Hormuz. Like, it's just like, this is just like fucking cope here from Pete Hegseth. But some additional details on what got bombed. But Iran's Chabahar port control tower collapses after more than a week of U.S. strikes. It took more than a week to fucking make it collapse. Jesus. Which, of course, Pete Hegseth gloats about. And the foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, calls the attacks one of the many U.S. war crimes committed over the past week. Because, again, they're just, like, attacking random civilian infrastructure. They've hit bridges. They've hit power plants. Standard, like, I don't know, Pete Hegseth's strategy of just causing as much pain and suffering to those stinking Browns as possible. Because, again, we're dealing with, like, a Crusader LARPer here. Like, Pete Hegseth is simply just doing this for the sake of trying to spill blood.
Why are you gay?
Thank you, Fox Fate. Very cool. So we shouldn't be really surprised by this line of behavior by Pete Hegseth with the, I don't know, super testosterone chatted males that he has now around him or something. Very, very weird behavior, of course. And Iranian state media, Tasnim, is claiming that several U.S. missiles hit power plants and desalination pumps in the village of Bonji in Jask County. As a result of the attack on these facilities, the drinking water supply to several villages in the west of Jask County has been cut off. So, obviously, they're doing this to hit the fucking water, to cut off the water supplies. Obviously, the Iranians have done the exact same thing to desalination plants within various Gulf countries throughout the Middle East to make it look as unpalatable as possible to have the U.S. be the main defenders within the Middle East for all these fucking Gulf countries. Should not be really surprising. I guess like the United States is now trying to do the exact same thing by, I don't know, cutting off as many water supplies to people as possible. Like, shouldn't be really surprised with this whatsoever. But final meme in all of this, and this is pretty important because this is also another card up the sleeve of the Iranians. But Yemen, or the Telegraph, citing sources within Yemen, are reporting that the Houthis are preparing the contingency plans to close the Bab al-Mandeb Strait in coordination with Iran if Tehran decides to escalate the conflict further. One of the cards that that Iran has always had under their sleeves was to have the Houthis close the Bab al-Mandeb Strait right here. And if this strait gets closed, with the Red Sea going out to the Gulf of Aden to the Indian Ocean, this is going to be a massive increase of prices of not only oil, but other general fucking goods. This is going to be a massive inflationary pressure on the fucking economy, the global economy in general. And this is not a very difficult waterway here for the Houthis to close. There are reports of them starting to stockpile missiles and drones in order to prevent shipping from going through the Bab al-Mandeb Strait, so they can, obviously shoot at the ships that try to make a run across there to make it as risky as possible to go through the strait, out of the Red Sea, into the Gulf of Aden, out into, the rest of Southeast Asia, which is the point of setting up those missiles and drones. Dude, it's unironically going to be like the 1700s, and everyone's just going to have to travel around Africa again. Very, very fucking cool. That's totally not going to cause any increases of prices and cause inflationary pressures to spiral even more out of control. But then again, Trump doesn't understand this because he's an idiot. And I believe that the Saudis have expressed interests alongside the official Yemeni government quick blurb on the Yemeni civil war. Basically, the Yemeni civil war happened because the Houthis got salty about losing an election. That is a extreme TLDR version of this sort of story, but the Houthis lost the election, they got salty, they started a civil war over it. Blah, 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 blah. Very, 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 very simplistic sort of explanation there to wrap that up in about as neat of a bow as possible, in as quick of a manner as possible. But there are reports saying that the Saudi Arabians may potentially start up the war with Yemen all over again that has been in a rather tenuous ceasefire for the latter part of about 4 years. And if we know anything about the war between the Saudi Arabians and the Houthis and Yemen, there was basically complete blockades for medical supplies and food to be able to go into the country. Again, Yemen is one of the poorest fucking countries. I think it might be the poorest country on the planet right now, so them having aid completely blockaded from them would be a complete disaster for the citizenry and for the population in there. It would not be a good thing. So according to the report, the Houthis are expanding ties with Somalia's Al-Shabaab, including the alleged transfer of Iranian drone technology with the goal of exerting influence over both sides of the strategic waterway. The Telegraph says the move would mirror Iran's strategy in the Strait of Hormuz, potentially allowing Tehran to threaten two of the world's most important maritime choke points simultaneously. And the report notes that the Bab al-Mandeb Strait carries roughly 10 to 12% of global maritime trade and has never been closed at the same time the Strait of Hormuz, which, again, would obviously be really bad, because I'm not sure exactly how much commerce goes through the Strait of Hormuz, but not much. But it's mostly the oil supply. So oil supplies and also maritime commerce being significantly affected by this is going to be a complete disaster for the overall global economy and the fragile sort of supply chains that are essentially used or that exist and currently are in place to be able to help maintain the a global sort of network of trade that exists. And, Somalia is actually not that far. Al-Shabaab is actually not that far from the Bab al-Mandeb Strait. Right around here on this map, where my cursor is basically circling, that's basically Somalia. I think it's quote-unquote Somaliland, but that's not like a recognized nation. This is the northern parts here of course, Somalia. So it would not be very difficult in particular for Al-Shabaab to be able to, do some missile attacks into the Bab el-Mandeb Strait for any ship that may be potentially trying to get out of the strait, alongside all of the Iranian drone technology that they might be getting as well. But yeah, the reporting comes as regional tensions continue to rise, with U.S. strikes against Iranian targets, renewed attacks in and around the Strait of Hormuz, and Saudi Houthi hostilities intensifying following the recent strikes on Sana'a airport. So yes, the Saudis did another attack on Yemen in Sana'a in sort of, I guess, anticipation of, or not anticipation, or hearing potential intelligence from either the U.S. or whoever else, saying that the Houthis are stockpiling a bunch of drones and missiles in order to close off the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, to close off shipping in that area, which, you know, affects global trade. And it specifically would be really problematic for Saudi Arabia, because if the Strait of Hormuz is closed, and same with the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, what are they going to be able to do in terms of commerce? Like, I mean, they're basically fucked and are completely pincered trade-wise, and their economy is going to suffer as a byproduct of that. So it makes sense that they're probably starting to attack the Houthis as a result. So that's really cool that this is going to, well, result in potentially the further spiraling out of control of the global economy because of one dumbass pedophile president that's currently in power who does not know about the quagmire that he's essentially gotten himself into, does not have an understanding at all in terms of how to do complicated negotiations to get himself out of this quagmire that he himself and Israel decided to get themselves into. Dealing with the sabotaging attempts by the Israelis, because again, this has always been the case with Israel. They wanted a forever war. They got their fucking forever war, because this is going to deteriorate into an inevitable forever war. Like, duh, obviously. And also the fact that the dumbass pedophile president is currently getting bored with this stupid conflict. Meanwhile, people in his administration are trying to, like, aura farm over fucking war crimes. So that's pretty great and fantastic that this is the current juncture that we're in, with the most idiotic, like, pedophiles in a position of power who are essentially making the global economy worse for what purpose exactly? Meh, just because they fucking felt like it. Very cool, very great. This is the current juncture that we find ourselves under. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. It's 4 a.m. and I have to prepare some uploads. Me. Not happy. Skill issue. Fuck you. Puta. This is very, very puta behavior here from you, Fox Fate. Very, very puta. Nah, not my type. Didn't ask. Why'd you bring that up? Kinda weird. Kinda sus. I'm not Bulgarian. Yeah, well, you know what? At least I'm not a fucking Kiwi. How about them apples, huh? That's the fucking meme that we're doing. Fuck you. I'm not one of them dang Bulgars. Fucking activating my Balkan racism. I will hydrate. Quiet, Magyar. Yeah, okay. You should be quiet, Whitey. Fuck you. Imagine descending from a prison colony. Fuck you. Bastard. We're raiding out to neurodetergent. It's late and I need to get to sleep. Alright, dorks. Raid messages. You know what to do. You know what to say. If you're a sub, you say you have been blessed by Romanian Jesus. with the transfer to the Daho rate buff. If you're a sub, if you're a non-sub, you see the WoW with the Daho rate. That's how we show appreciation. Those are Infinity Case Gamers. I will be back on Sunday. Obviously, like I said before, I will be going to my dad's 60th birthday. Why? Because it's his 60th birthday, and if I don't go there, I'm probably going to get my ass beat or something. Whatever. Yada, yada, yada. Anywho, gamers, I will be back on Sunday. We're going to be doing more of the same, yapping about stuff, and satisfying our fucking factory. We'll finally be able to probably turn the thing on. So, great, fantastic, very, 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 very cool. Anyway, I'll be back on Sunday, same time, same place, same face. Peace out, gamers.